Yeah. Welcome back, everyone. More level heads. D&D. I believe this is our 56th episode? Session?
56.
I am joined, as always, by most of my friends. We have a few mysterious blank spots this session for, reasons that may become relevant. But we have Vale Pierce playing the fallen Aasimar sorcerer Morgdin Gwicht. That's my water.
Hello. Always
We have
hydrate.
Labrilla playing the tiefling monk Shidani Lawala.
Hi.
We have Bandable, number 3, playing the half-elf rogue Tobavar Balen.
Hello.
And we have Nansinator playing the Warforged cleric Branded Edge 303.
Hey, bloop.
Boop. There are blank spots at the beginning and end of the roster here. Guys, what happened last time?
Dane and Mew went on a trip and went crazy.
That's true.
Maybe not necessarily that order.
It was a very event-packed session, wasn't it?
A number of things occurred.
Lots of little incidents.
It was RP heavy. It was fun.
Yeah.
Yay.
Always.
Oh, here.
It's
Just
cool enough in here that it's cloak season.
Nice.
Oh, I have.
And nice.
I mean,
And
we
Tobavar
finally made it
is-
to Mirabar,
Yes.
the
Mhm.
destination.
Tobavar escaped, identification while in
Oh,
the
yeah, we
lion den.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Barely.
It was very close.
Made a heck of a bounty by turning in old fuckface Weevil.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
There was some talk of possibly damning a soul that was probably a good guy.
He sounds like he was a good guy.
Which set Morgdon off.
Did something happen after that? I can't remember. It's like something. My brain's a little foggy. No, but Mew wants us to find the soul of the man who killed him,
Banished him.
and
Perhaps?
that banished it, and allow Mew to subjugate the soul. into servitude.
Something
A
like
Which
weird
Morgan
thing to
was
do with the bottom
that
of a
was
shoe.
sketchy sounding guy too, isn't it?
That
Something
was
like
implied.
Carl the Magnificent or something.
Yeah, you know,
It
probably.
wasn't laid
I mean,
out that he was gonna subjugate the soul. So
No,
like
it
Brandon
was-
was totally like, "Oh, new friends? Hell yeah, let's go get this guy."
he was extremely like he will be compliant.
Hmm.
It was.
He sounded
It
serious.
was inferred. Morgan took that to mean, you know, some soul shit was going on, which Morgan doesn't care for.
Mhm.
Infernally inferred, no less.
Yeah. So she went for a walk. Yeah. Okay, so what happened on the walk was I rolled poorly, and Morgan paid for it by having visions of painful things, thinking about dragons and souls and corruption. And she got into a lot of pain. She fell to her knees, and fucking fire flew out of her. Burned her a little bit, but not so much as you would think it would, to be honest.
Tacos.
Then she got nervous and she puked up some acid. Oh, and there was a voice that was like, "Ah." So she freaked out and ran back to the room.
And then
Mhm.
Shadani, well, Brandon has been there for that, but I saw over the table Shadani and Morgan having a chill meditation session.
Yeah, it was a hangout, really.
Yeah.
It was, I was really in my own head at that point. I'm trying to remember what else happened with everyone else. I think that's around the time that
Dane and Mew went
Dane
on
and Mew
their
went off. Yeah.
Their spiritual adventure.
yes.
Yeah.
And
Slappy cold cocked me last week. Like, I didn't expect that shit.
I know things
Anyway,
about y'all. Yeah, that is the coverage of the events. Yes, the party arrived in Mirabar with a few orders of business. One of which being more pressing, having a bit more immediacy, being the bounty that they had collected of the quarry that they had captured, coming from Longsaddle through Xantharl's Keep. They wanted to turn in for that sweet dosh, and sweet dosh indeed they did receive, as well as a meeting with the Council of Sparkling Stones, where they, in particular, Morgden's impassioned speech about the destruction of Wheelton lent a credence to the threat that Roldenthar had reported weeks ago.
Oh, that's right. That what's his name? Was it Roldenthar? No.
The sage.
What's
Oh, a little order of correction. The Markion is Selin. It is not. I think I had it as like Rimur or something like that. There's a typo in my notes. I'll bring that back up. Selim. Raurim. Raurym.
Raurim.
Selin Raurim.
He keeps his money, some money in drawer F that was interesting.
Oh yes, the Markion is he's got funds. He's got funds for things.
Is he the one? Who was the name of the guy? I totally blanked. The guy that was like just real fucking laissez-faire about this whole.
You didn't catch his name.
It's no. Okay, well he's a
I
dick.
didn't think there was a name.
And I think he's upset now.
Yeah,
Probably
there
doesn't
were
like me very much.
there are dozens of members of the Council of Sparkling Stones. They were were not introduced in turn. But yes, there was one who was particularly vocal about the lack of imperative for Mirabar to mobilize or take concerted action outwardly against the warned activities of this cult. But the party, bringing news of devastation orbs, seems to have imparted a certain sense of immediacy to this threat that may become their business sooner rather than later. And indeed, Tobovar, being in the Hall of Sparkling Stones, the underkeep portion of the Hall of Sparkling Stones, that actually extends above ground and to maybe the undercity, the lower levels of the undercity below, as the central sort of pillar of government in this place. Tobovar, a heavily wanted man, someone with a bounty 50% higher than the thug and known murderer and criminal and seemingly Zentarum agent, Warble the Weevil Forkbeard, who they just turned in. Tobovar the seditionist, an insurrectionist,
And usurper.
as allegedly. Saw fit to vacate the premises of the central pillar of government in Mirabar and make his way back to the rest of the party, the other members of the party, at the kind of the shitty side of town, at Shale's Retreat. But yes, the rest is largely, as is said, from Shale's Retreat. Morgden did have that moment of fugue, physically and psychologically, as Mew did his best to convince the party to locate and, shall we say, conscript the long dead corpse of the human paladin Thaddeus the Righteous. Many were unconvinced, but the offer is on the table. After which, as the party retired to sleep for the night, and at their basically like Red Roof Inn quality rooms, like it's not pay by the hour, but like we're not looking at amenities here.
It's not pay by the hour, but if you slid a couple silver over to the keep, it might be that way for you.
Dane and Mew had a conversation. Mew began to appeal to Dane's sense of rationality, sympathetic nature towards liches, as he does have a lich friend of his own, and his thirst for knowledge to perhaps attempt to sweeten the teapot, indeed, with maybe promises of further magical knowledge, promises of relics, of historical, but he did not get that far, as Dane decided to show him personally his patron, his warlock patron, the Cosmic Crimson, casting his communication conduit sort of state of being while wearing this teapot and bringing him into this psychic void to meet with the patron. Questions were asked, thresholds were not met, and madness was delivered to the both of them. As resilient as the lich may be intellectually, Dane had the keys. Dane was driving that cart. And when you go off-road, you don't have much control as a passenger. So
Not
speaking
the
of which,
best idea to give Dane the keys to things.
Mm,
and speaking of
Should have
which,
known better.
the morning
Keep
comes
that
to you
butt.
all. You awaken from your slumber, having taken your long rest.
Mimosas. Brandon Edge is down by the bar, trying to teach someone behind the bar how you make a mimosa. No. Ale's great, but have you ever tried this?
Okay, so you describe it to them, and they wiping a glass. Champagne.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, sure. Let me get that for you. No, but make a persuasion check.
Persuasion. Okay. That's this one. Oh, it's bad. Oh, it's good. 17.
Not bad. But you know what? All right. We don't have any of that. Any of the bubbly. We don't get much for the upper crust of the social elite coming around. Here to Shell's Retreat. No, that rhymes, and I think that would make for a good slogan. Maybe we could get some of them in. But we do have lemons. We don't have oranges. We do have lemons.
Let's do this.
Here, all right. We'll try it up. He'll rummage. He'll bring up a kind of a dirty crate, and like you see, just like some maybe water damage on the crate. A couple of lemons. He goes through some of the bruised fruits. Just a little handful of like lemons and maybe like a persimmon in there. It's like I
Save
like
that for later.
persimmons. The persimmons are actually pretty good. They're just lightly sweet. He takes out a decent lemon, chops it up, gets a couple of tankards, pours some of that ale, the only ale, and plunks the lemons in it. And you find that it cuts the bitterness pretty nicely. It's not as smooth as like a blue moon in lemon or blue moon in orange, but it's passable. It's not a mimosa, but
Did
it
we
is
just invent a new drink for your tavern? I'm so excited for us.
just plunk a lemon into
That's
the
the
ale.
brand too. Is the only ale.
It's the only ale. Yeah.
Yeah,
Mhm.
I'll spell it out in chat just so
Now,
so we have it.
They have the your
It's not
register.
going to do that, is it? There we go.
Yeah, 0153. Yeah. That one I did right.
It's not working. I had to do the :TM thing.
Oh. Okay.
Sometimes it just
I think it
gives
was
me a heart no matter what I do.
Hmm.
But yes, you have your lemon
Yeah,
your lemon
hard
ale. Lemon ale.
Yay.
Yeah, it does one of those.
Oh right, yeah, they're alternate alt codes. I try to do the music
Well-
notes sometimes, and it does like a. Okay, it does a music note there. Sometimes it does like a square. The rest of you, I presume, come down. Shidani, are you still minding the Magmans? I
Yeah.
think they went and they were stuffed into the hearth, but maybe they're clinging to you at the moment.
Babies.
They're gonna be very miserable here.
Oh no.
Very
Shidani,
cold.
thank you for taking care of them.
Oh,
It
I can
is-
cling into my clothes, just pull them out of my robes. And there you go.
Let's see. Yeah, I like it. Okay, yeah, they have them like little babushkas, and they're sort of like curled up against your chest and just kind of both napping. They look like huge shoulder pads for you. Like you have these huge it's like extended pecs kind of come up to your shoulders. It's like your lats are reversed,
Mm.
or your scapula
Lats
Like
are
you killed
reversed.
2 tiny children, turned them into armor.
Two little fiery children, two little fiery goblins turned into a vest.
Actually, that's like a cool weapon idea. Weaponized Magmans.
Magman chucks.
It's like the little was it Pekingese or something that you hide in the arms in your sleeve and then huck it at your enemy. Mean little dog.
Well,
It's a real thing.
The flaming Franklinator.
The four of you come
Yeah.
down to see each other in the tavern.
Where's Dane?
Yeah, I noticed that he's not here. He really needs to try this second beer that we invented.
Are we gonna be able to retire as a the inventor of all of the beverages?
Mm-mm.
Hmm.
Yeah, it's gonna be our legacy.
Mhm.
As somebody who's already invented a beverage, it doesn't pay as well as you think. Even if it has a fun name.
All's on chin.
Yeah.
Let me rest my salty balls on your chin.
At some
Nice.
point, I need to go back to the monastery.
I'm gonna go check Dane's room, and I'm gonna bring second ale with me with the lemons in it, and gonna knock on his door and say, "You have to try this." And when I get up there,
No response.
hey, wake up! They have the best beer here now. It's got lemons in it, and we invented it, and you're gonna love it. So wake up! Wake up! Wake up! Wake up! Wake up! Wake up!
It's the best. It's the same thing we had yesterday, but with lemon.
I mean, that changes everything.
The
It changes everything.
you hear a knob turn. You hear the rattling of the door handle, and the door next to you opens. Hi. The fuck you want?
Oh, have you tried this new beer? I'm trying to wake up my friend over here, but you really had to go downstairs and try this new beer. It's so good.
I'm trying to sleep.
Are you? Well, wake up and try this beer. I'll hand him like Dane's mug. There you go.
All right. All right. Shuts the door.
That went really well.
Just invented room service.
I'm a fucking pioneer. Okay. So I guess it's door locked. Can I open it up? Don't.
It opens.
Oh, so I open the door with one lemon beer left.
You see bed unmade, sheets just ruffled in a mess. Looks like it doesn't look like it's been slept in. It just looks like it's been sort of just tossed about. The drawers of like the little like coat closet that they have, like the luxurious armoire. No, the shitty little closet is like the doors are open, just ajar and akimbo. The little nightstand has the drawer pulled out. The in your own rooms, you may have found a tome, a small book, rather cheaply printed, dedicated to Moradin. As this is Mirabar, of course, very highly the central dwarven figure, deity. You may have found it. It's gone. Yeah, in its place, you do see small scraps of confetti in the drawer and sort of surrounding the little nightstand. Dane's bag is gone. You do not see Mew. You do not see Dane. You do not see Dane's stuff.
Well, I'm gonna chug the beer. I'm gonna slam on downstairs. Bam, 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 bam. Guys, guys, I think Dane and Mew have eloped. They're gone. They're not here. They took a little Bible, and I think they're gonna go get married somewhere.
Well, I'm just gonna What sort of trouble could they get into?
Uh, like, I at least wanted to be the best man.
Probably quite a bit, but
But
I'm upset.
if one were to look at the bright side, it would be easier to stop at your monastery with Mew not in tow.
You may very well have a
Well,
point.
well, Dane has gotten us out of many jams. I'm not sure a monastery is the place for him. Maybe it is, but not in this mental state.
Shotgun wedding is pretty unstable. It's Dane though.
They're likely to have another. It's, how many of those really last?
Those two?
This'll
Yeah,
be-
probably next week will be another one.
Yeah.
Mew's
Don't
not
worry
the
about
first
it.
teapot Dane is married, and he won't be the last.
I wanted to be best man so bad.
We'll be sure to guilt them over this forever.
Okay, good. We're gonna go look for them though, right? Right, guys?
Okay. Let's investigate.
Let's at
Hey,
least go check out the room. Maybe we missed something.
on the way up there, I'm gonna stop at the person that works the door, or that lets people in, and ask if they saw Dane leave.
Like a bellhop?
Hey, whoever gave us our rooms and stuff, yeah.
The concierge.
Yeah.
The
At
concierge.
Shell's Retreat? Okay.
Yeah.
You go to the front
The
door.
bartender, whoever.
So you go to the front door and look, and you see it's like 9 a.m. What do you see? Sitting, leaning up against a barrel, outside the establishment, just a human with just a ratty fur draped over him, just having a snore.
Just stare at him for a little too long, and then walk back inside.
But you go and you ask the bartender as well.
Yeah.
Oh, Jose. Who are you looking for?
Dane, the other person who was with us last night, I don't know if you saw us. He probably had a teapot on his belt. He's a little eccentric.
Teapot on the belt.
Probably, if he talked to you, was a little pompous and rude.
Yeah, the guy that was playing horseshoes with me last night. Remember him?
Mm-hmm.
Were you there?
Probably morning crew.
Oh, yeah. That guy who stopped old Theodore. Oh, yeah.
Yeah,
Remember.
him.
I remember him. Yeah. Yeah, he cut out. Dead or not. Just about to close up. He cut out in the dead of night. Without a word, he did.
Not even a
Never
mimosa.
Interesting.
Well, I mean, we just invented those, like, just now, right?
It's weird that he wouldn't come down and ask for one though.
Can I suggest we call them the Nemosas?
Lemosas? Oh,
I was going no Mosa, but Lemosa works too. I don't really care. I've got 2 coffees, one in each hand.
Workshop it.
But it's weird because I have like a hot one and a cold one because Morgan is really disheveled a little bit.
Don't know. Don't rightly know where he went. None of my business anyway. Ain't saying nothing to me on the way out.
He didn't even tell us he was going. Oh, I'm sad about that.
Don't know what to tell you.
He's usually quite right, but not usually one to run off on his own. Well, he's got the teapot with him, but that's its own problems.
I'll go back up and search his room.
Okay. Go ahead and make an investigation check.
$10.
10. You see that the room is a mess. It does appear that again the sheets, the bedding is tossed. What passes for curtains here, they are skew. They are like tossed aside and like kind of flipped over the little hanger. It looks like a strong wind blew through here.
Picture like a sock somewhere just hanging out of a drawer or something.
I've experienced.
Maybe watch clock.
Was there always a strong wind?
In his summoning ritual, yes.
Mm-hmm.
There was a torrent around you that grew stronger with every question.
Get a 4 wisdom. Oh, jeez. I
Can I
don't know
do
if I would
a-
actually
it's,
put
it's
that
weird. Like it
together.
doesn't look like somebody. It's almost as if somebody tossed the place looking for something, but it's not. It's not deliberate enough. It just looks like
Okay.
it looks like a small typhoon just blew through.
Okay.
I'm gonna come upstairs and see what Shanani's up to. Did you find anything? Is he under the bed? I didn't look under the bed.
Has Morgan ever been around when he did that spell? I know she's never been there. They've never been there when he did
You
it with
In the
multiple people.
Fire
were.
temple?
Once.
Oh,
One
in
time in
Golden
the
Fields.
fire temple, right?
Golden Fields.
Oh, in Goldenfield. All right. Then I'm not even gonna try to.
You were there.
See
Yes,
if I would
Morgan was there in
recognize-
Golden Fields because Morgan and Dane had business with Naxine and the
You're right.
priest.
Oh,
And
yes.
the priest, of course, suffered the
I
ill
remember that
effects
one now.
of failure.
Oh, that's right. But it was only like once. So I don't think that I would.
It was once.
it
Yeah, it
together.
was once, and it was like a month and a half ago, at least.
Yeah. So. Didn't mean to derail. Just was trying to see if I could
Yeah, I've been
justify,
there,
but I
yeah.
can't.
If it comes to mind. Yeah.
Hold on to
Shidani
see.
sees that Nansen
If
Branded Edge joins.
I don't know what would be the best or the worst case scenario here, but I figure either it didn't sound like they were taken. It sounded like they left.
Yeah.
With those two,
Not
it
seeing his
still
stuff.
might be better to go to the monastery and
Yeah.
just in case we need help.
I'm just
Mm.
kind of leaning on the door. I said it's.
I'll put the bed back down because I
You-
looked underneath the bed.
Just like Fred Flintstone the bed up.
Yeah. Yeah.
You know, you
Aw.
can contact people now. I don't know if Dane can, but I feel like
He could have been convinced to go anywhere.
Mm.
I feel like the best option is to check around town while we're out. But if we have to leave, he knows we're headed towards somewhere. We can tell the bartender maybe have a message left that we're headed towards the monastery because I think that's where we should go next.
Okay. Think we'll get more answers
Um,
about where he could have gone at the monastery? Then we should go there.
I
I think in the
Honestly,
very
no clue
Le-
where he. I feel like if he was going to disappear forever, he would have made a point of letting us know that we could fuck off.
yeah.
Dane's never been the type to be quiet about things, but impulsive, very.
Yeah, this seems like just Something he'd do. I'm not surprised. He flits all over the place.
Between him and Mew, the only danger they're in is, well, themselves.
Oh. Okay.
God forbid anyone cause trouble to them.
Mm.
Down about it,
Okay.
but yeah, we'll leave a message at the bar saying that we're going out and
I mean, we don't have to leave this second. It's still morning. We can look around till afternoon. But I think we kind of owe it to Shidani to not dawdle.
agree.
That's what we want to do. Is there anything we need to do here before we leave?
Less time we spend in Mirabar, the better for me.
I will say, everyone, may make a.
Oh, we had a meeting today. Well,
Okay.
not a meeting, but they were gonna. Was it the Markion? We're supposed to meet back. We're supposed to go back and see Boldenthar at least. Right?
That's
So
certainly an option if
mean,
you want to.
we definitely told them we'd be back today. So there's a little time. Dane knows that we have that. Was there something else we were trying to remember?
Go ahead and make a history check.
That's not terrible, actually. 17.
17.
History 8.
Ew, 9.
11.
17.
You should have 2 copies like I did.
You had something else. There's something you were referred to. You were referred to somebody here in Mirabar regarding an artifact of historical value.
Oh.
With the 17, you recall that there is a pair of masks in your possession.
Wait,
Right.
To-
Okay.
Tobava. Do you have
yes.
the funerary masks in the bag still?
I think so, yes. Reach in and
Anyone?
produce the masks. You muted.
There was a.
Oh, no, I was
let me
whispering.
see if I. Let,
Ah,
He's doing math.
let Joe. Let Joe check his notes.
The funerary masks were from the fire temple. We stole
Yeah.
from the the dwarf tomb. It was trapped. It was booby trapped or something. Remember that?
There's a my notes don't have it because I'm a piece of garbage. Like a relic collector or someone that works in that would be more appreciative of the masks than just a regular seller. Or
We haven't been to the Rolling Boulder. The guy suggested we go down there for a delicious drink. Maybe they have mimos. Maybe dancing on the Rolling Boulder. Oh my god!
what if Dane invented the lemon ale drink there while you invented it here?
That seems like something Dane would do. We have that connection. It's true.
Did you happen to write down the name of the individual you were referred to?
At the Rolling Boulder?
No.
Oh.
From Waterdeep.
Oh.
Earlier search. Well, we know Rundorth is from Keelan.
It may not have been an individual.
Lee-
It may have been a family name.
Archibald. Ruthar will buy the masks.
What was it?
Was it Ruthar?
Druthar.
Druthar.
Yeah.
Was he the one who referred you, or
dwarf.
was that the name of the...
That was Halazar's Fine Gems.
Okay.
Archibald was there, and Druthar will buy the masks. We go to Berry Farm. Craftsman's will tell us about the masks, and then yeah.
All right.
Yeah, Halazar. You're right. Halazar gave us the name Druthar. Who is it's a dwarven. Is what we were told.
Okay. Good to know. What do you do with this day?
Well, if we have a planned meeting,
Well.
we should do that. And I'm going. And Bernadette's just going to keep her eyes open, like looking around everywhere she goes for Dane, looking under barrel lids, looking behind horse hindquarters. Is he in the ditch? Where's Dane?
Make an
We'll keep an eye
investigation
out.
check.
Yeah.
Okay, let's do that. But oh, it's bad. It's a 5.
Almost as soon as you come out of the Shell's retreat, you see a tuft of blonde hair around the corner. Dane? And you turn and you see Spring Breeze. His tail just...
That's not Dane. I thought you had grown out your locks to be beautiful. 6-foot mullet. Beautiful mullet on Dane. You look really good in a mullet. I should tell him that when I find him. It's like, just like down to your butt mullet.
Ask the bartender before we leave. Do you know of Druthar by chance?
Druthar.
Might
I'll
be in
ring the
collecting
bell.
or
They owe you some money or something?
we were referred to him from a I believe a jeweler or a collector of fine, metals and jewels and jewelry.
What, he steal
a while
something?
ago. No, we were told they were either a merchant or a private collector that might be interested in some stuff that we have to sell them.
Oh, merchant. All right. Well, that's a different story. I mean, I ain't no stoolie, so if it's none of my business, it's none of my business. But if you're just looking for directions to somebody, Druthar. Well, if he's a merchant, you'll probably find him, fineries? Dwarf, right? Well, you'll probably
Yes.
find him in the Undercity. Likely on the first level.
There's
Thank
more
you.
than one level? That's amazing.
Yes, of course. All the dwarves
many
living
levels?
here. You know how they love to burrow, dig into the mountains, build their castles and towers just, upside down.
There's a tower underground.
Well, what do you think the
Don't you wanna
hall
look at
is? Yeah, it's the Hall of Sparkling Stones. It don't start up at the top, I'll tell you. Starts all the way down.
The lower you go,
Grows up to the top.
That's cool.
the lower you go, the
Oh.
higher the class, right?
You could look at it that way. Certainly the lower you go, the
I
more
don't believe
dwarven you're
in
gonna
that
be. Not
Well,
a
the
lot of
more to
humans.
win, the higher the class. Am I right?
Purse than other people.
Sorry, say again?
The more they're concerned with their purse than other people.
Oh.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe more or less. I think we're all watching our pocketbooks around here.
Mm-hmm.
Speaking of which,
Well,
Tovar, go ahead and make a perception check for me.
Uh-oh.
Working.
Carry on.
All right.
All right, let me just check my inventory real quick.
Carry on.
Well,
Also,
thank
I'm
you
gonna
for the
ask this
information.
question a lot. Oh, sorry.
Yeah, you'll probably want to look around in the first basement, as it were.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Sure.
I'll look behind. I'll look behind the door as we leave. Stay in there? No. Okay.
No, Dan.
Oh.
Feel like an umbrella stand, and there's Brandy just looking into it. Not there.
Could be there.
It's all right. It's all right.
Senor Wences? I'm old. I'd say that's a good place to start. It's fairly early still, right?
Yes. It is. It is the morning.
I can think of worse ways to spend our day than unloading some fine wares for some cash.
Mm-hmm.
Add the masks to Dane. I'll leave that business to you.
Oh. Are you going looking for Dane? Where are you going?
Perhaps it's best that
Would you?
I keep a low profile here.
Oh.
Understandable.
You owe somebody money.
Tobavar, I have an amulet I could let you borrow while we're here. It would take you a while to, get in touch with how to work it, but you'd be able to disguise your looks once a day.
That may be of use, if you didn't mind if I borrowed it.
Sure. So I will, on a tune, I will hand Tobavar the amulet of disguise self that I have, which is going to be interesting because it's a item that I made. So I don't know if it's actually going to be in the.
I can
Okay.
type up a
Basically-
reasonable.
Content sharing is on.
Thanks.
Okay. While wearing this amulet, you can use an action to cast the disguise self spell once per day. Charges it, resets at dawn, but you have to attune to it.
Here we go. It's even right there.
Yeah.
Content sharing is on. So any homebrewed stuff.
Okay, good. So if I remove this, I can get it back later.
And speaking of which, liberally, you can if you look at your sheet, if you look under your feats, you'll see that the ramming speed is there, and
Oh, yeah. I was
your
looking at
actions
that.
are accordingly, or rather, it's not an action. If you go under your attacks, you'll see that there is an entry that is relevant. There are 2 entries that are relevant, actually.
Ooh,
Ooh.
key.
Because of your astral visage.
He said ass.
Great. Tovar, you receive the amulet of disguise self from Morgden. If you can spend some time, if you can find an hour of downtime to sort of reflect on it, you may go ahead and attune.
I was going to offer it last night, but things happened. Also, it was difficult last week.
So,
I guess we're heading into the underground.
I mean, there's worse things we could do.
Mm.
Maybe they'll have, something nice and shiny.
Some of our have to be not walking and meditating on something to attune to it. How does that work?
It's basically a long rest. So
Short rest.
you have to sit.
Short
Oh, it's
rest.
short rest?
Yeah.
Wait
I
an
thought it was a
hour.
long rest. That's
Yeah,
even
just
better.
take about an hour.
Yeah, we'll
An hour
just
to-
sit
to
and
consider it.
Okay.
eat breakfast and drink our
Yeah, if you
lemon beers
head
and
back on
we'll
into
wait.
the inn and chill for a little while. Yeah, you can take
Yeah.
a little short rest
It's
and
gonna
kill a little bit of time.
Turn,
Go
I'm just gonna turn this place upside down. Go to the horseshoe area. You go behind the bar. You go in the washrooms. I don't care which washrooms they are. She's looking in them.
I'll let the babies get in the fire and warm up.
There you go.
Hey,
Just put some babies in the fire as you do, and
looking in the pit of the washroom. Dave,
Yeah.
are you in there?
it's basically it's basically like a toilet in Bombay, right? It's just a hole.
Dane
me
isn't
you're
in there.
Okay. Put the lid back on.
Smells like it might be. God damn it, T-Tone. Astral visage.
I get it. Hi, Tito.
Is there anything I want to do for an hour? Drink more coffee, try to get the taste out of my mouth.
An hour.
An hour of coffee.
Okay.
Probably just sketch.
Yeah, I'd probably drink coffee and just read one of my books leisurely.
Behind the bar in the stables, like going through all the hay. Izzy at the bottom
Okay.
of this pile of hay.
Actually, yeah. Since you know what, Branded Edge, in your search, make a perception check.
Okay. Oh, it's not a very. Oh wait, this is me. Perception. Oh, it's not terrible.
And any change in the cushions?
Oh yay, 22.
Okay, great. You, as about at the end of the hour, so Tobavar, you are attuned to the amulet. Fuck. Brandon has been spending this whole ass time, periodically going back and refreshing on the lemon ale.
Yeah.
So one in hand at all times, but
Ah,
Dane, looking up the chimney flue. Dane. You know, you find yourself in somebody's room as they get their covers pulled up over their head. And you just tuck them back in. Can you whip the covers off? Dane! Oh no.
Oh jeez.
He's not turning up any Dane. You lean out the windows. Dane! As you do, you see one of the patrons from this tavern that since you were looking for Dane, you clocked a face, and there's a recognizable face, just sort of a ruddy-cheeked, stout, balding man. Returning from the southern direction. You didn't necessarily give a shit that he left, or when. You don't know when he left. But you had seen him before, and now you see him. You're like, is that Dane? Did Dane go bald? No, that's not. No. But you see him
I don't.
coming back with what appears to be 2 members of the Axe of Mirabar
Oh.
following.
From the gate that we saw.
And sort of, there were members of the Axe at the gate, yeah.
Yeah.
and they were downstairs, down in the Undercity as well. The Axamira Bar, you know, to be essentially the very highly trained City Watch.
Hey, we know what date is.
But yeah, you see this sort of portly man sort of waving these guards. He seems to be trying to be like kind of surreptitious about it, just like heading back towards the tavern.
So, do they see me?
It's hard to not, as you are calling out for Dane from the second floor. Dane, and they see.
Okay.
They shake their head at you and just.
Kitty guard.
That's not. He's like he points and just. Actually, no. I think he does. He does point to you and turn to the guard and say, "Make an
Can I hear them check?
I'm gonna say something about reading lips. It's not like you have observant as a feat or anything. So like that is a thing where you can really make an intelligence check to see if you can sort of an insight check. Make an insight check to see if you can.
Insight. Oh, it's pretty good. 20.
20. He seems to be. It looks like he's saying. That's one of them.
Oh. So they're looking for us. I'll wave. Hi. And then I'll go back downstairs. Hey,
And-
I think some people of the guard are looking for us. He saw me at the second floor, and I think they're coming this way. Maybe they know where
I
Dane
want
is.
to immediately find a place to stay out of sight.
Make a stealth roll, please. Where are you looking to go? Are you trying to be on this floor? Are you trying to go to a room? Into the
I
bathroom?
will.
Into the fireplace? Outside? Where do you go to stay out of sight?
I will aim for my room.
All right, yeah, you head up to your room. No stealth roll required in this instance since you're going to a
Yeah.
room. All right. You go into your room. 30 seconds, a minute or so, roughly, later, after Randy comes down and mentions, the door opens to Shale's retreat, and you see two very sturdy, plate-armored dwarves with battle axes on their backs. The mark you've seen before of the red double-bladed axe on their chest, on their armor. Sort of fill the space, as dwarves do, widthwise. And enter into Shale's retreat. Bartender. Oh, well, two members of the Axe. Now, what can I get for you? You still on duty? Looking to take an early break? No, that's all right. Got word that there's a bounty here. Looking for, he pulls out a wanted poster. Looking for this gentleman. I hear that he's going to be, he's been spotted here. Very valuable bounty that we're just informed about. You seen him?
Brennan really wants to go and ask these guys about Dane, but she's like, they're looking for.
Oh, doesn't not ringing a bell. I'm sure you wouldn't mind if we have a look around. My place is yours. Very well.
Okay.
I'm telling you, he was right in here. He was with those jokers over there.
Call me a joker.
Morning.
You're a joker.
Morning,
Morning.
everyone.
Hello.
Have you by chance seen this individual?
You're looking for somebody too? Great. Are you good at finding people? Have you seen our friend Dane? He's a half elf. He's kind of tall, blonde hair, carrying a teapot. Can you look for him?
Make a persuasion check.
Persuasion. Ugh. Added that, but let's try. Oh, it's a 15. Okay.
A teapot. I might have. I
Oh.
might have. But, one thing at a time. Please.
No. You're smart enough to do two things at a time. Where did you see him?
We passed through the gates, looking across the river.
Did he say why?
Wait, quite early, or late, as the case may be. No,
Did you speak
had no
to him?
words. For us, anyway, he was talking to his pot. Which was strange.
That
Good known
sounds
to
like
happen.
Dane.
But he seemed in quite a hurry.
Sorry. You really needed to elope quickly, I guess.
Perhaps now. Just taps the paper, taps the parchment. Tap, tap, tap.
Well, thank you for the information. As for this other individual, we
Yeah,
haven't
no.
seen him, but we will be sure to ask Rorim when we speak with him later today in our meeting.
Make a... Still going to be a deception check.
Hey. One second. Features and traits. Tides of Chaos is being used.
Well,
That's much better. That's a dirty 20 instead of a natural 1.
Oh, oh.
okay.
Mhm.
That'll
Okay.
do.
I really didn't want to fuck that one up.
Yeah.
Why have it if you're not going to use it?
Yeah. Absolutely. Well. This individual seems to claim that you've been hanging about with this insurrectionist and usurper. Do you have a meeting with the Markion?
We do.
Well,
What is your name?
Well,
I
hardly
asked
seems
the
like-
other person. What is your name?
hey,
Not-
don't you worry about who I am. Hey, I'm telling you, I saw them with them. I saw these
So you're
this bunch of
accusing us and you won't even
weirdos
reveal your-
hanging around with that guy. And look, that's a lot of gold right there. So look, I found him fair and square. Look, I don't know, he looks under the table. He's got to be around here somewhere. He had the funny voice and everything.
Were you here? Was he here? Was this person here like last night?
I played lots
Is
of
this
people
someone we might have seen?
in horseshoes last night. What do you
When-
look like? At the picture? Oh, it was-
You
play that guy.
don't, Morgan. You don't know. You have no idea.
Damn.
Brandy, you caught him over breakfast when you were looking for Dane. You just
Okay.
noticed his portly face, and you're like, "That's not Dane." Okay, check, and just kind of moved along, which was at least an hour ago.
Okay.
You don't know when he may have gone. You don't know when he may have slipped out. You don't know when he may have clocked Tobavar.
But we do know that he clocked Tobavar with us,
with you. Yes.
so it had to be last night.
And we're inventing the lemon beer. Got it. Okay, buddy. But have you tried this lemon beer? I'm gonna pull a little snitch over with me to the bar.
God, she's getting rough with me.
No, you just have to try this beer. It's so good.
Come on, unhand him. Just try to keep things civil, shall we?
You know, we're
Your
here
lot.
because we turned in the Weevil. If we had a bounty that high with us,
Make a
we would have
persuasion
turned them
check.
in.
Exactly. Why would
Definitely.
we?
Definitely make a persuasion check.
Can I guide her?
Can I back her up because I'm talking?
No, no guidance. It would be very obvious. But
Okay.
you are backing her play. I'll give Shidani advantage. It's
Thank
also because you named out the Markion.
Yeah.
You named out the Markion earlier, so yeah.
When she said that, I was like, "That's why we have this meeting."
14.
14. At advantage?
Yes.
Okay.
My other one was very bad, so that's
Let's go to the
Let's
club.
go for these advantages. Okay. I need their stats.
I'm gonna have to put them down.
Okay. Well, that does rightly make sense to me, personally. Now, Mr. Simon. So, oh shit, there she goes. Well, we'll let her come back in a second. We'll have the. Is one of the bad things about using Discord for this is that whenever someone drops, it fucks up the whole scenario.
I'm so sorry.
It's all right.
I clicked the wrong button.
Oh,
So sorry.
I thought it was sabotage.
No,
But
so sorry.
yeah. Says Mr. Simon. Simon. Now, does it seem to you that someone with the meeting with the Markion, apparently, don't know why you're staying in this shithole, no offense, untaken, would have a meeting with them, but someone who, I heard about, someone came to the gates yesterday with the Weevil in tow. Sounds like it was. There were a few individuals in the group who were notable, and he looks to Shidani. Match the description. The story checks out. So I'm not going to say I don't believe you, that you're not hanging around with a wanted criminal. But if it's all the same, I'd like to take a look around at least. It's worth following up on tips. So he and the other guard will begin to sort of sweep the place, just pull essentially what Brandy was doing, just going room to room and looking in. Knocks on one
How
of
do you
the
look to...
knocks on one of the doors. For the last time, Dane's not here, man.
I live for cheap Xinjiang references, man.
This, no, not Dane.
It was
Should I
so
do
close.
new spit
Axel
take?
Mirabar, open up,
Don't
please.
spew the lemon beer. Don't spew.
Dane's not here, man. And he just throws the door open. Oh shit. Apologies. Just looking for someone else. Carry on. And they'll go from room to room. You can hear them. approaching. So, Tovar, what do you do? I guess you're on the second floor.
As they've been starting to canvass the rooms, I'm just gonna A, make sure my door is locked.
Okay.
And then B, hide.
Okay. So I mentioned curtains. I mentioned curtains in the room. They do seem to be kind of for show. It's not exactly a room with a view. There does not appear to be there are those little, like, you know, like basement windows, how like they're just really thin, but it's really just sort of for ventilation in general, not really for certainly not for egress. No glass. It's just sort of a little. It's almost like a sewer grate, but into the wall. There's that. It does appear to be too small to egress. So you have bed, you have the closet, you have the nightstand. I don't think it can fit.
Be a bit.
But let's go ahead and do a stealth check. So you lock the door.
Typical Tovar, 25.
Just crouch in the corner, be real quiet.
Just lays
Okay.
like this on the bed.
And
That's
just-
25, man.
So you can hear them.
25, and we'll go for the classic under the bed.
We'll say what you hear them continue to canvass the rooms. They come to one. You hear them fiddle with one. Find it to be locked. The footsteps go back downstairs. They come back up. You hear the sound of a key turning in the door. Axel Mirabar, looking for an individual. Have you seen this person? Go away. Sir, have you seen this person? No. Sir, I'm going to need you to wake up. Sir. A little rustling and jostling. Oh, the guards. What can I do for you? Have you seen this individual? It doesn't look like the back of my eyelids, so no. That'll be everything. Good night. Good morning to you too. Okay. They seem to be satisfied with that answer. And they reach your door. The handle jiggles. Find it to be locked. A key turns in the keyhole. And heavy boots start stepping through the room. It's natural 20. Because there are two searching. So it's at advantage. So I'll say this. Under the bed, how do you pull off your 25?
With like the bed frame, how it's like it'd probably be raised up a bit, and just kind of like pushing myself up off the floor.
Okay. So yeah, it would be, I'd say this makes sense that it would be a wooden bed, fairly cheaply made wooden bed, twin
Yeah.
at best, and the frame would have wooden slats rather than some sort of like iron bar or anything like that. So wooden slats. So
There'd probably be, for a bed like that, probably some kind of like central beam going through the center to hold
it's too
everything
small.
up.
It doesn't need. Maybe horizontally, but yeah, it doesn't.
Yeah.
It doesn't need much lengthwise. But yeah, you easily your arms would reach across the twin mattress, and you press into the wooden slats. Holding your breath. There's a little bit of effort, a little bit of sweat to hold that position. Go ahead and make a strength check real quick. Strength athletics.
18.
Very nice. So you're able to stay there, and as you see, a beard sort of the heavy footsteps. You hear the closet open. You sort of hear and feel above you the sheet being turned down as there's the pillow beneath the sheet, so it turns down for what? A pillow. Then you see a long beard trail down to the ground and sort of form a beard puddle as a face just as a face. No, we're gonna do that again. I'm gonna say call evens or odds.
Oh, Bavar.
I go with odds.
Go with odds. For that natural 20, this wouldn't be so tense.
Oh, I
Because
fucking
typically
love
your stealth rolls are immaculate. To 6. As a bearded face leans down and just the hem of your robe, your cloak, dangles, and he pulls on it. Morning. How do you
Give me
do?
1 second. I want to look at something here. As I'm getting tugged on, how quietly could I
Yum.
speak the components for disguise self?
Is there somatic as well?
This is verbal and somatic.
It does mean you're gonna have to make movements. You are currently occupied, hand-wise.
Okay.
So
So as I come down,
yeah.
cover myself with the robe.
So he pulls on the cloak, and seeing that, he does lean further to see you and address you, to say, "Morning." So okay, so you drop.
Mm-hmm.
All right. I'm gonna need a couple things for you if you're gonna try and do this.
Okay.
So it's gonna say, so I'm face down. So you
Mm-hmm.
Okay. A sleight of hand check
Okay.
first to hide yourself to sort of like, oh shit, and like kind of, you know, just be getting yourself up while you're covering your face.
So that's a 27.
27. Great. Now, two things.
Mhm.
Three things.
Okay.
Oh, no.
Because of your voice,
Mm-hmm.
it is not easy to surreptitiously speak.
Yes.
So, performance roll to quell the curse.
Oh my god.
That is a 15.
That sounds about right. This is okay. That is such that you do not you are able to do an impression of a normal voice. It's still difficult to do it quietly, and you're right in front of them. Make a kind of want to say another performance. Kind of want to say deception. Well, it's to do. Okay. We'll start with the verbal. A stealth check at disadvantage.
It is still a 19.
19. And another sleight of hand check to do the somatic component of it.
Let's just use our inspiration there.
Okay.
Oh, it's a good thing we did that. That is a 28.
28. Okay. I'll say because you got a 27 on the first one, that your cloak is sort of hiding your guy. So I won't impose disadvantage on this sleight of hand check for the somatic. So 28.
Mm-hmm.
All right. So this guard who looked under the bed to being dark under the bed. There's ambient light kind of streaming in from the tiny little slit of a window, and there's like whatever, like little lantern that, you know, stays in the room so people can see in their rooms. And this guard who had seen you under the bed in the shadowy under the bed, but seems to have reasonably identified this hiding individual as a person he was looking for, or at least saw a hiding person with a part. And hard to say about how well he clocked your face, but we'll see. What do you look like?
So, as I roll out of the bed and pop up in just like the most like chipper fashion, standing hands on hips in just like the gaudiest, most decorative leather armor, and like a black goatee and like black hair that's just kind of like, who could I compare it to? But like kind of like a curl at the front that gets like a bit of a slick back, and like a little bit of sideburn,
Okay.
Elvis?
and pups. Oh, hello! Ah, yes. Raven Blackboot. Sorry about the hiding there. A man such as me is famous and adventurer. You can't help but hide. There's people coming to get you all the time. Thought maybe you're assassins coming to kill me.
Okay.
You've traveled as far and wide as I have. You never know what enemies you've made. Ne'er-do-wells here and there.
All right. The curse is making this difficult. I'll have another performance check and a deception. Well, okay. Performance first. To make sure that this voice is the one that's coming out. Accurately.
21.
21. Good. Yeah, I did want higher because it's not just doing a voice. Yeah, you're squashing this curse and you're trying to do a different voice as well. So 21 is good. That is very good. So this voice is the one that's coming out. Make a deception check, please.
Natural 20.
Natural 20.
Jeez.
What's the
It's
total?
26,
The
technically.
26.
Fucking Christ.
Okay.
We need to clone your dice.
You might need to
Right?
send some of that shit over here if you could.
Okay. There are two of them.
To be fair, before I used that inspiration, one of those rolls was a 3.
Fuck,
I think I
okay,
had
okay.
that. Use it or lose it. So,
Mhm.
there are two guards in here. One of them is the one who saw you under the bed. What's the all right. On the I'm gonna look at your sheet. I need to see something about that amulet. Since it is an item, you're using it to cast. It's not just like a wand contains the spell therein. This is something you use to cast. Well, we'll see. Inventory. I'm gonna look at this. I need to refresh your sheet. Because there is a DC involved in illusion spells often. Okay, it's not written here because it's a custom item. Typically, for an item, particularly like an uncommon item, the DC is going to be 13 to see through an illusion. The one who is looking in the closet turns to you. Oh, well, that's strange. Have you seen this individual? The one who saw you under the bed. Okay, little toss. Okay. With the 17, will say, well, hold on a second. Raven Blackwood, was it?
Oh, yes.
I imagine that's
I'm surprised you haven't heard me before.
yeah, no, of course, of the Neverwinter Blackwoods, right? Right.
Yes.
Right. No, of course. I should have known, famed adventurer though you are. You wouldn't have happened to have seen this individual. Now, think clearly now, and he'll reach up to your shoulder and pat and see. It doesn't quite match. There's a
Fine hand there, young man. But,
yes,
can't say I've seen the scallywag.
indeed. Well, you feel his grip tighten. A little help with this one, please. I think we may have found a person of interest, though, Mr. Blackwood.
Black boot.
Black Boot, sorry. Oh, my
How
mistake.
disrespectful.
My mistake. My mistake. Please, if you would just come with us, we'd have some questions for you. If there's a firm grip on your shoulder. As
Questions, no doubt. Let me tell you, many adventures amongst the wilds between Neverwinter and Baldur's Gate. Come down, have a drink with me.
and we'll certainly have plenty of time to talk all about it at the guardhouse, if you don't
Ah,
mind.
there's no need to be there.
I insist. Shidani sort of to his partner here, and partner squints. All right, right. Yes, be coming with us, and he'll come and he'll grab you by the arm, and they will begin to lead you outside, out into the downstairs. Morgden and Shidani and Brandy, you see one Raven Blackboot. You see this goateed individual being held by the arms by the two guards and being led outside.
Okay. Do I recognize that this is Tobovar being led outside?
Make an investigation check
Investigation.
to see through the illusion. There is cause to believe this. You have cause to believe this.
19.
Yeah, you see through the illusion.
Okay. Can I go up and touch him and cast freedom of movement?
You absolutely can do that.
Okay.
Yes. You
I'm doing that.
verbal somatic components?
There
I trust.
are. Fuck.
Yeah. No, yeah.
Oh!
But yeah, you definitely can interpose yourself on the way out and cast a spell on their prisoner.
Yeah.
You
can automatically escape from non-magical restraints.
So you
if it's grappled.
So as the two guards are leading them out, you approach the prisoner.
Mm-hmm.
Begin to cast your spell.
Mm-hmm.
Does this require touch?
Yes, touch.
Okay.
And he has it for 1 hour.
So,
To touch him.
I'm gonna say make an attack roll.
Oh, okay. Let me do that. Attack roll.
Yeah.
With a. So if I'm unarmed, it's a +6. Okay. That is 18.
18. I'm gonna go against their AC, basically. Oh my god. That's no. No, they have plate.
Okay.
That means you meet it. So
Okay.
so he in his plate armor, ma'am, and he goes to with his gauntleted hand grab your wrist, but you just power through. And like he goes to deflect your hand. Ma'am, what are you doing? No, do not touch our prisoner. And you boop.
Lord and bless you.
Freedom of movement.
As soon as I feel that spell hit, gone, dash.
You fucking take off. Which way? Where you going?
Mm-hmm.
Out the door?
Just head straight out the door.
Okay. We're gonna roll initiative. This will be essentially your well, not quite. Yeah. Yeah. I'll bring up Roll20 here.
In typical fashion, that is a 13.
13. Oh man, yeah, that is quite garbage for you.
5 plus
that's
8 for
on
my.
par
Where the
with
fuck is my other Roll20?
Mondo's dice.
there it
Only
is.
love him when it isn't initiative.
Mhm.
Let's bring it to the Sword Coast. Let's open up the initiative tracker.
Oh shit!
I need to get you guys on the list.
Run, Mondo!
Who's
Mondo? Oh, sorry. Double fire.
Initiative. Okay.
Oh, I just put you on the map. Where are you? Oh, the map's so big. characters.
Email.
Oh. Over the Weevil. Oh, Branded Edge doesn't have a character assigned. Okay, I'll
I
present.
love Homestar Runner.
You don't have an icon assigned. then.
Thank you.
Okay. My library. Character icons.
Stoa.
Brandy. Morgan. Deval. Shidani. Oh wait, that's the wrong Morgan. Hey, where'd they
Use
go?
the right mode. Go rabbit.
Shidani.
There's only like 4 versions of Morgan now.
Morgan. Get the fuck out of here.
Okay, there's 2 versions of me.
Tebavar. Represents character, Morgan.
Oh, we're huge.
Except Dane, he's tiny. Yeah, let's get rid of him. Represents
Dane.
character, Branded Edge.
Towering over this map.
Represents character.
Stealth is going to be
Shidani.
hard this way.
Represents character. Yeah, the tokens are only here so I can use them for an initiative tracker where we don't have a layout of the tavern exactly. It's
I gotta
Tobar.
say, this one dude's like VIP at the axe. He's a great investigator.
Yeah.
Yeah, they each made their
Yeah, if he
investigation roll.
survives, he should get a raise.
Like, if he weren't actively looking for you, I don't think that natural 20 would have even sufficed, but he was actively looking for you.
What's really going
There's
to make
fair.
you noodle is would he have checked out so closely if you'd have just changed your looks and not hid?
I contemplated one or the other, but it only lasts for an hour, so I
Never mind.
figured if I needed it,
I would, yeah. When
Like
it was
leaving
going
the
on, I was
city
like,
or
What
something?
would I do? I was like, what would I do? Especially when, your stealth
Plunk you
is
all by me nearby.
almost never not good enough.
I already Shidani would have climbed out the window.
It's not
would
big
you
enough.
fit?
Yeah, the windows
big
aren't big enough
enough.
to egress.
yeah, it was too
Unfortunately.
small because
Dang.
that was my first thought.
Yeah. Well, that is tough
It was
then.
too.
See something. How long
Heck
does
of a
this
Vanish into the
spell I have
shadow.
last?
Axe guard. I'll add him. Add them both. Okay, I will roll for
Yeah, an hour.
plus 1. Okay. All right. Morgan, what did you roll for initiative?
17.
17. Tobavar, you rolled a 13?
Yeah. 5 on the dice plus 8 for alert. Thank God for that feat, or I'd never get anywhere.
Yeah. Branded Edge.
Dirty 20.
20. Shidani.
14.
Okay. Descending. All right. You have just cast Freedom of Movement on Tobavar. He has their grip. He just instantly like just slips from the grip like you're trying to hold oh fuck. You know those little well, they look like fleshlights, right? They look like the little flesh, like there's a little toy, right? The little like the gel filled tube that like you try to hold on to and it just kind of like squeak, just at the other side. There's like a cylinder with a hole in it, and it just like kind of keeps turning itself inside out as you're trying to squeeze it. Like one of those silly $7 toys. He does one of those. He doesn't turn inside out, but he becomes as difficult to hold as one of those, and he just out of their grip. Aye. And you see them reach for their axe.
Oh.
Stop! What do? You are first. Branded Edge.
Me, Branded Edge is first?
Yes.
Okay. Can I cast Hold Person on the closest one?
They're equidistant, more or
Oh.
less. You're sort of right in front of Tovavar.
Oh.
They're flanking him, and you're right in front of him.
I can do 2 additional targets? Oh, both of them. Yeah, both of them.
could, yeah. So you cast it. It's what, second level spell?
Yeah.
So you cast it at third, and you can hit on one more.
Yes.
Okay. Cast Hold Person at third level
Yes.
on these 2 members of the Axe of Mirabar. That is a Wisdom check.
It is a Wisdom save, yes.
Save, brother.
Yeah.
Okay. Ooh, that's close. With an 8 and a 3, they are both. Stop! You're aiding and abetting on.
Aiding and abetting a party? Oh, awesome! Would you like some lemon beer too? It's called a mimosa. We just made it.
Okay.
I'm just gonna see if is this still my turn? Can I move them towards the bar?
Okay. Yes, actually, he does not resist. Are you moving both of them, or just moving one? half movement
I'm
for
gonna
each.
say it loud enough so my friends can hear it. Let's get these guys up to the bar so they can taste their first mimosa.
Okay.
I'll take one of them over.
One
to
of
the
them,
bar.
and so you drag one. So half
Yeah.
movement, but it's just they're coming down the stairs, and the bar's right over there. So
We're
you
definitely getting arrested, Morgan.
so you are gonna drag this one Axe of Mirabar over to the bar. His heels are dragging on the floor. Heavy plate armor. He is very heavy, but you are very strong. So you do drag this not compliant, but not resistant. Dead weight. Dead rigid weight. Dwarf over to the bar, to the bartender who has like backed away from the bar like, oh, it's too early for this. Morgan,
How many people are in the bar right now? Like witness wise?
precious few
Is it
now.
just the bartender?
It was not heavily packed, it being a morning and kind of a dive.
But still witnesses beyond
But there
the
were, Simon's here.
bartender.
The person who ratted out Tovavar, of course. Simon's
Well,
here,
he's gonna get hit.
and he's like, I told you. But there's like an old man who was drinking in the corner is now like sort of lowering his glass, like he's still there, but it's froth off his ratty beard. There were 2 or 3 other folks who I think they had already vacated when they saw the guards come in. They're like, oh, I don't want any part of this. At least while you were talking to them, and they didn't have eyes, because they probably would have held somebody from leaving, because they would have wanted to ask questions. But while you were talking to them, a couple of people slipped out.
Should really
Oh
try.
god.
Yes. So
Oh,
Morgan,
good.
it is your turn. They are both paralyzed. Tovavar has flitted from their grasp. It is not his turn yet, so he has not yet fled. But clearly seems prepared to do so.
Fuck. I don't want to attack them.
They're paralyzed.
can I
Just
do,
do a
though?
strength check and saddle them up to the bar, and we'll get the. I mean, I'm not gonna tell you what to do, but
Yeah, they're paralyzed, so you would attack with advantage.
I don't want to attack. I don't want to hurt.
At these guards with
Just saying.
witnesses.
Yeah.
They're
No?
they're just
Just saying. Yes, they are paralyzed. They are grimacing, and their eyes are able to sort of slowly move around, and just frustration in them is palpable.
What happened? My suggestion is you guys chill out. We will sort this out with the Marchion. And if payment is going to be given to anyone, it won't be to this little stool pigeon. It will be with the people who were attempting to keep him calm before he got turned in.
Fucking
As I'm
admitting that he
staring
was
at Simon.
there. Fuck.
All right, you sort of lay out the situation, sort of say, yeah,
We had
let's chill.
a meeting to take him in. I'm just thinking on my feet and lying my ass off.
Yeah. As they make a deception check, at disadvantage because they might not even be listening. Yeah, exactly. They're a captive audience, but their attention might not be towards what you're saying. In this 6 seconds, this will be
I
your
almost
action
made
since it's a bit of an involved.
Yeah. Disadvantage, you say?
Yeah.
No. What's my deception again? It's like a decent plus, right? 11. 11.
11. Okay.
It would have been 12 if I didn't have disadvantage, probably, by the way.
Natural
Rolled
20 on
poorly.
insight.
You guy's rolling too good. I don't like him.
Yeah. It's got to be 2 days from retirement, right? Like, okay.
He's too old for this shit.
You have no idea how they received that information. But yes, you do impart that. Okay. Shidani. Oops. Yeah, their paralyzed figures do not respond to this in the least. But they hear you. It would, you guess.
And we only have a minute before it wears off, I believe.
Yeah. You're in turn
I
order,
was
so
gonna
it's
say,
10
like,
rounds,
after
but
I
you have time.
sigh and start walking towards the door.
You just okay. All right, you start strolling. Okay.
Yeah, I'm also gonna let
Just gonna
start back away and
peace.
move to exit.
Hey,
Okay.
if you use all of your movement, you're down the block.
Oh yeah.
Because
Well,
because
I will jog.
I kind of want to brag about Shidani, like, for her sake. Like, she has fucking 50 feet of movement. So yeah,
I'm kind of
you
fast.
you're just like, just push out your chair and just you're just out. Nope, peace. Shiny's fucking gone. Shiny's out the door. Morgan reaches the door. And I guess with your 30 feet of movement, like, you would reach the door and, like, kind of just get through the door.
I'll wait.
frame and, like, maybe hold
Yeah,
it.
I'll like wait at the
hold the door
door
open.
ish.
Shiny's, peace.
I mean, I would.
Tobavar.
Out the door.
Dash action. So
Yep.
yes, there would have been an attack of opportunity. There is not one. So you leave. You leave.
Mhm.
You leave. Great.
And then
you have-
bonus action, I'm just going to attempt to blend into the crowd.
So your ass comes spilling out of the Shell's retreat. This is probably not all that unusual for this side of town. Oh, 19. Okay, that's good. Yeah, so there does seem to be a little bit of a throng. They heard there wasn't really much of a ruckus or commotion. It was all very quick. It was just whoop, hold, and then you left. uh, so there's just sort of some people going about their business. It's so comical to think that like there's some hobos like warming their hands by a drum fire. Like it's not Luskin. It's not quite that bad. It's not that. It's just the kind of divey part of Mirabar. It's not that bad. But there are some shoppers, I guess, in this early, not even early. I mean, this mid morning. You did have that hour, so it's like 10. This mid morning, you see a couple shoppers, and you just still seemingly you do still appear to be. Disguise self is not concentration, right? I don't believe it's concentration. It's from your item anyway. Well, no, it still would be concentration if you're using it to cast. Depends on the verbiage, but I don't believe disguise self is concentration. So you would
So the only person that has disguised self isn't here today.
Yeah, I don't think it is.
Weird.
But you
Gun.
still
Oh, I
appearing
have
to
a
be
family I can be here.
Raven Blackboot. Sidle up to some citizens. They don't have any really demarcating features of themselves. So go ahead and make a stealth check to blend in to the group.
16.
Okay. It is their turn. One of them is at the bar. The other is not. He's on his feet. Dwarves are hard to knock over. So he's paralyzed and frozen, but he's on his feet. The one you did, I'm gonna say you leaned the one that's paralyzed up against the bar, like kind of backwards, like so he's on his heels and he's just.
Oh no! Really? I wanted to face the bar. Okay, it's fine.
Yeah, you can fix him. You're right, him.
Oh god, I hope you didn't pour anything in his mouth.
No.
Like a turkey in the
He's
rain.
got a
That
he's
would
got
be
a
a whole
mimosa
different
on
issue.
the bar in front of him.
It's
It's
there,
fine.
it's right there. Yeah, the bartender's like, well, he's working. It's like, I didn't roll the bartender an initiative, so we're just gonna say he's in the middle of. All
Still
right.
bartending.
I mean, look, let the record show. I was nothing if not hospitable. So whole
You
person,
can
I
go
believe they get to at the end of their turn, they may
Okay.
remake their wisdom save. Is that correct?
Let me check again. I don't know. It's the first time. The second time I tried to cast this spell. It says
And it went
must be
swimmingly this
30
time.
feet. Yeah, must be in 30 feet. At the end of its turns, the target can make another wisdom saving throw.
Okay.
Yes.
So their turn is complete. The one at the bar was a 5. The one on the floor, standing on the floor, makes an 11.
Still failed.
So they're
Both have to
still
be
paralyzed.
14. Yes.
Um,
Okay.
Branded Edge, it is back
Ooh.
to your turn.
Me? Okay. I will collect the magmans, and I will
Go over.
go. I will go to. I will go to the bartender very calmly. Say, thank you very much, sir. We appreciate your hospitality. A couple rounds on me, 100 gold pieces will land on the bar. Hopefully out of because the dwarf is like looking away from me. Can he see what I'm doing? I want to put 100 gold on the bar and have the bartender take it and say that he'll keep this kind of a secret that we were here. And obviously they were here to get us, but they're going to like disavow that this happened. 100 gold pieces for
The
your
Bartender
cooperation.
will not complain.
Okay.
100 gold drops on the account. All right, we're closed for the day.
All right, we're
Anytime.
closed forever.
Fuck all you,
Stranger.
I'm moving.
and hopefully I
Somewhere
don't know,
warmer.
maybe that'll go into the drinks for the rest of the establishment. Whoever was here.
Certainly.
There you go.
Oh, can I retcon one thing as well? I forgot I was going to do this when it happened. But at the end of the bar, kind of towards the door, there's just a platinum sitting on the counter.
Are you?
Yeah, that's it. That's easy enough. Just whack down a little platinum.
This bartender.
You got fast hands.
Mm-hmm.
Easy peasy.
If nothing else, we've made a bartender very happy.
Okay.
You know,
So your movement to go get the magments, and you just sort of slap it on the gold. That's no big deal.
Yeah,
And
and
so
then,
with your
make
like, dash action, I guess the rest of your movement and your dash, you can catch up to like Morgden.
Okay.
Probably not Shidani. Shidani just. It depends on whether or not Shidani used the dash action as well. Because you use all 100 feet of movement, you're a couple buildings down. Great. You leave with your magments, left 100 gold for the bartender. You'll spot that platinum soon enough. Morgan.
I continue out the door, and honestly, probably start moving towards where we were gonna meet.
Where is that?
Golden Power and the marking up. At the friggin'
Yeah, we want to get to the
it's
Archeon quickly and get out.
yeah.
Okay. So you'll
Oh,
be
we
looking
lost for
for
a
I
minute.
guess the nearest entrance to. You would know since you came from the Undercity last night. You would know where you would be able to find the nearest. Are you leaving your horses? Leaving your mounts here?
oh shit. Do I have enough movement to put the magmans on the cart and take them with? Ugh.
You have more turns. You
Okay.
absolutely have. You have some time. I'm going to say that we can leave initiative order, but I will
Okay.
be periodically
On-
making saving throws for them.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, go ahead and
Do I know around?
see what you want to do.
Do we know around how long it'll take us to get there on foot?
To the hall of fuck, what was it? Glittering stones? Shimmering stones?
Sparkling stones.
Sparkling. Thank you. To the hall of sparkling stones in the under city.
Yeah.
At an expeditious pace. Half an hour. You gotta go overground a couple blocks to get to the nearest subway entrance. Go down with the nearest ones that will. Well, are you taking your horses?
Ugh.
I think maybe Branded Edge, you go ahead and take the cart and get it ready for us to go. Morgan and I will dash down and finish our business.
There. Yep. I will wait at the. I don't know if we can talk it to each other because you guys are already gone, but Brandon is going to collect at least the cart and her horse for this because I don't know if I could like saddle 2 creatures and a horse and a cart all by myself. I don't know if that's a thing that I can do. I'm strong, yeah. But
Yeah, no.
I
okay.
don't,
That's.
but I
fair enough.
recognize Tobavar in the crowd because
You
I
saw
don't
him
think
go into
so,
the crowd. Yeah, he sprinted into the crowd, and blended in best he could. Make a perception check.
13. I think you rolled a 14 or
You
16.
rolled a
didn't
16,
you?
I think.
16, yeah.
Yeah. Okay. I don't
Yeah,
see him.
so you don't quite catch
That
him.
plus 9 is a blessing and a curse.
Yeah. So yeah, you see,
I
you
get
see
on
him
that
go
since I-
into a throng of people. That some people sort of leaving and going, a little gathering, just a little gossip and shit. And he's one of them. You're like, am I looking for Tobavar? Am I looking for whoever that face was? What am I looking for? And in that, it's hard to tell where he went.
I'll just.
I can't see. It's too small.
Get my cord.
What's it say? 20s. Oh, fuck me! Oh, no!
You know,
Alright.
you're just
Doofer.
killing these guys, right?
I'm not
Are
doing
these
it.
the two
I'm not
that
doing
are in the
anything.
bar? Are these the
So
two
you
that
know
are in
who
the
we
bar?
are.
I'm just reporting the facts as I find them.
Oh, fuck!
They're
Wait,
mad.
are those the two that are in the bar?
Yes.
Okay.
They're mad.
They Branded Edge, as you are saddling, as you are putting your horse, your magments into the horse's cart, that presumably, I guess, would still be right. Well, no, they're stabled for the night since you've got rooms. Yeah, you're working on getting the cart affixed to a pair of the ponies. Putting the magments in. Speaking of which, go ahead and make an animal handling check for me, please.
Animal handling. Oh, boy. 16.
Okay. In this cold air, the frustrated magmans. Yeah. These frustrated magmans respect your desire to not burn down the cart.
Hey, good boys. Who's some good boys? Yes, you're good boys. Can I
It
give
may
them
get
some
harder
pumice?
over time.
Can I give them some pumice to suck on? I don't know.
Just give them some rock. You're gonna...
Yeah, I don't know. To the
Sure. Yeah, absolutely. You can
Okay.
give them some volcanic rock, and they
Yeah.
don't really know what to make of it. It sort of blackens in their hands.
Okay.
But it sounds like Shidani and Morgden, you began to just head off to the nearest subway station, as it were, the nearest passage to the Undercity. Not necessarily one that could accommodate mounts or carts or anything, but just one, just the standard staircase down, like the New York subway. And
Yeah.
you see one close enough, and you're making your way towards it. Brandy, inside, you hear, "Ah!" and the door fly open.
Oh. Do they see me at the?
They got
In the
they
back
both
with-
got 5 on perception.
Oh, thank Christ. Okay.
But you're right the fuck there. They don't see Morgan and Shidani. They see you. They
Okay.
absolutely see you.
Is he branded edge? Sorry.
Yes, they see Branded Edge.
Fuck.
Yes, because you're there.
Okay.
Dealing with your mounts and magmans. And we're gonna go ahead and take a break. I think we could use a little breaky poo from the events taking place here. As the angry guards emerge to immediately spot the person who paralyzed them and aided in the escape of a most wanted criminal in the city of Mirabar. Let's go ahead and get some refreshments. Grab a snack, grab a drink, grab a fat, whatever you got to do. A nice little stress fap and take the edge off. And we will see you back shortly. See
It'll be fine.
how things go.
Yeah.
What's the worst that could happen?
What indeed? See
I
you
wonder what's
soon.
gonna happen next week when
Wishing I was moving. Waking up from a dream, lost memories coming back to me. On endless road, I go alone, from place to place, longing for home. Wishing I was home. Home again, where I wanna be. Always wondering, until I find the way home again, where I can be free. Always dreaming, run until I am home again. Where is home anyway? Is it someplace familiar or someplace unknown? Well, I heard this once, and it might be true. That home is with you, wherever you may go. Wherever you may go. Twilight fades, and I roam to seek the place I call my home. City streets guiding me, crowds in the way, nameless people move like ticking clocks. We step in time as night descends. We fall in line. Home again, where I wanna be. Always wondering, until I find the way home again, where I can be free. Always dreaming, until I am home again. Wishing I was home again, where I wanna be. Always wondering, until I find the way home again, where I can be free. Always dreaming, until I am home again. Waking up to the dawn, I found a place where I belong.
My window, though.
Okay, we have returned. We had a little snack and a couple laughs. Hey, go on break, have a few laughs. Come to Mirabar, they said. Brandy, you have placed your
Yeah.
magmans into the cart. They seem content with this piece of stone, or at least it has their attention at the moment.
Okay,
As you've
okay.
quizzically given them a piece of little volcanic stone to fight over, perhaps. The two guards that you had previously, upon whom you had previously cast Hold Person, have emerged from from Shale's retreat. They did not seem to clock Morgden and Shadani, having vacated several, couple 100 feet down the blocks, and have clocked Brandy?
Yes?
You! Stop right there!
Oh,
Come with us. You're coming into custody.
into custody. Oh, I really don't want to do that. Ugh.
Don't make us have to use force.
Baby. Babies. Babies. Mommy found something for you to burn.
No.
Okay. We're gonna go back into initiative order.
I got nothing. If I do hold person again, I'm only gonna last a minute, and then they're gonna chase again.
A minute,
I
or
have to
if
kill
they,
them.
you know, if they save. Yeah. Go ahead and roll for the Magmans.
Okay.
They're.
Oh, I can roll for them.
Yeah. Since
Okay.
yeah, this is your
Cole gets 12.
prerogative. Okay.
Amber gets a 10.
All right. Let me look up their little stats. Oh, it's loading. There we go. No, give me a new tab. Dismiss. Oh wow. 250 plus monsters. Yeah, they did a lot of stuff with the books since D&D Beyond has come under Wizards ownership. A lot of stuff was added / reconfigured. They still have a lot of the stuff on there as legacy stuff.
Okay.
I like the layout better for like the races and stuff. Like I like the organization a little bit better right now. It's nice.
They keep it up. I mean, it's probably a good place for them to be. A lot less legal loopholes, I would bet.
Yeah, they got the
Or,
Mordenkainen's
okay.
Monsters of the Multiverse. It's the new sort of compilation of a couple of previous books. Okay, Dex +2. So you said it was Cole got a 12, so that'd be 14. Ember got a 10, so that'd be 12. I'm sticking with your previous initiative rolls. But they're 7 and you're 20.
Okay.
So
Okay.
Cole and Ember holding it from the cart. So I'm imagining, picture this: the Shale's Retreat, the building facing out to the street. It's very on the street. It's very much front door to street, but just to the I guess it would be the facing south. No, you guys ran south. So just to the southern side of the door facing west, you have just sort of a little light stable area and sort of like a hitching post in front of that, where the hitching post, where you put your horses temporarily. The stables kind of wrap around the building. So you're just at the corner of the building. They're roughly 20 feet away.
Cool.
Cole. There's a little pumice stone just. And will rush this guard upon your blessing. Found something for you to burn, and it, his eyes literally light up. And his sort of like crack, like they in this cold air, the blackened skin, like this blackened sort of craggy little flesh, with the lines of dull orange that sort of pulse and glow, warms to a hot stove red. The black of his skin, the small shoots of flame just as lick from beneath the cracks. And he leaps at one of the guards.
Oh God, I hope this is a good idea.
Buck. Okay. Real quick, I'm gonna say Ember does the same. Ember
Okay.
follows and leaps to the other one.
Okay.
Better.
Oh no. Oh no.
Ember got a 9.
Ugh.
Ember got a 9, and one of the guards, the guard at which Ember leapt, is just like, Marathon be praised! The hell was that? What are these little fire beasts? And the one that Cole leaps at has his battle axe, and he's ready to come towards you, and just not today, fighter baby! What? And slaps him down to the ground.
Baby.
And he just and so Cole is prone in the snowy on the snowy cobblestone, not cobblestone, but like snow, not quite paved, the snowy stone-hewn street, sizzling the snow in a there's a 5-foot radius around him, just melting.
Oh,
he
now
looks
he's
up,
just copying me.
He took no damage from that yet,
Okay.
but has been knocked prone. Ember is just adjacent to the other guard, standing there ready to go again. It is the guard's turn.
Fuck. Please. It's no.
Yeah. This is a... It's not a longsword. I don't use long swords. Hold on a second. There is a stat block for specifically for the axe and bearer bar. There it is. Battle axe attacks. This is a 17 to hit on... Okay, they make 2 battle axe attacks.
Oh.
This is a 17 to hit with the first. To... Cole's prone. It's at advantage.
No.
17 to hit. That will hit. I can fairly well assure you, their armor class is 14. They have 9. They have 9 hit points.
You just got one shot?
We're gonna find out.
Oh god, no.
He didn't have a shield. He did slap it down with one hand, so he's swinging with one. This is a... Okay. This is Hi Kiki. Have you come to witness the bloodbath? Okay.
Oh my god!
That's 11 points of damage.
Oh,
To
that's
Cole.
the one shot. That's fucking one shot.
He brings down this battle axe on this prone little magman, this prone little fire baby. That very saving throw. You hear "What?" as the axe comes down on Cole, and it bursts into... Oh, he fails. Wow, okay. Bursts into a ball of just a... You hear his little, like, shriek, just a little... And flame, and... He takes He takes 9 points of fire damage. Leaving his armor sort of just charred a little. Not quite glowing red. It doesn't heat it so considerably, but a burst of fire to his face. That is 1 attack from that one. I'll roll for the other one first. The other one will also make 2 battle axe attacks towards Ember. This is happening concurrently. It's 22 to hit. This one is actually using 2 hands. So it is a
But I
1
finally
it's a
memorized their
D10
names.
damage as opposed to a D8. One takes so Ember takes 4 slashing damage as Ember maybe sort of at the moment that Cole explodes, it's sort of like blown back a little bit and takes just a glancing slash from this battle axe. Second attack. Come back. Second attack. Second attack is a 10 to hit.
Oh.
So
Oh.
now the one who was burned and also make an attack towards Ember. So there's one more attack coming.
Fuck.
There's an 8. So he misses.
Yes.
Ember presently is alive.
Yes. Okay. Okay.
That is
okay.
the
Okay.
Axe
okay.
of Mirabar's turn. They're busy dealing with this little beastie. And
Is Cole dead?
oh yes.
Oh.
Oh, very much yes.
What?
Yes. Yes. Cole has exploded in a burst of fire. Cole is very dead. Yeah. The shriek as he popped into a flare of flame. He went out as he lived.
Burning
It is your turn.
It's my
Brandy.
turn.
Well,
Okay.
the guards do call out. For backup, basically.
You do? Oh, fuck me. Okay. Oh, Cox. Okay.
Access! I need more guards there!
Oh, fuck.
Whether
are
it was
they...
heated is unclear, but they have begun to verbally raise an alarm.
Okay. Are they both
They're next to each other.
looking at... They're both looking at the magmans.
Oh, they were next to each other. Right. Hold on. One failed the death saving. There we go. Meets it, beats it. Okay, so the DC is 11 for the what's it called? Death burst.
Oh.
Yes.
Okay.
So it meets it. So he will take. So one takes the full brunt of the fire to the face. The other just takes 4 fire damage.
More fire damage. That's not a lot. Oh, good Christ.
No,
Okay.
these dwarves look quite hardy. They look
Okay.
very capable. More capable than many of the like City Watch folks you've seen around. I mean, Waterdeep guards, you didn't see a whole lot of them. You didn't really make note of a whole lot of them. But they look well equipped
Okay.
enough. The Axe of Mirabar looks well funded and well trained.
Okay. But since they're both taking damage from the magmans that went forward towards them, are they looking in that direction or are they looking in my direction?
They see you. They do. They of course see you. They're assessing the battlefield in general. Yeah, they
Okay.
are aware you're there. They might not be looking immediately at you, as you are not the thing that is harassing them presently. You're
Right,
roughly
right,
20
right,
feet
right.
from them.
20 feet. Okay. And so we just have to lay the land. They came out the door and had to round a corner. Is that correct?
They
Is it
could
roughly.
they could see you from around the stable sort of not wraps necessarily. The stable is on the southern side of the building, and like horses that are hitched are visible from the door. The west facing door. So
Is
you
there
don't have to round
any?
the
Is
corner.
there any cover? Is there any cover?
Cover could be
within?
taken. If you want to dip,
Yeah,
closer
I want
toward
to
under the
see if
stable
I'm
awning.
thinking if they had to round a 90-degree corner, that I have another 90 degrees to hide behind. But that's not the case. Is
You
that
could
correct?
make that move. You could.
Okay.
You are essentially adjacent to a corner where you could go
Okay.
around the corner.
I'm gonna go around the corner out of eyesight of these guys.
Okay.
This is the minimum amount that I can move to get there.
Okay. Just like 5 feet.
5?
Just around the
Okay.
corner, yeah.
I'm gonna take 5. I'm gonna drink a potion of invisibility.
Okay. Okay. Glug glug glug.
Okay.
There you go. Poof. You are no longer visible.
All right. And
You.
what are my escape routes? And will I be eaten by a grue?
It is the daytime, so mercifully there is no visible darkness.
Okay.
The grue is less of a threat than it could be, so that is good news.
Good.
Again, I always picture the grue as Domo-kun because of that, like that meme. Just think of Domo-kun.
I always think of Gamork.
Mork? Like Mork and Mindy?
Gamork. No, Gamork. G-M-O-R-K. From the Neverending Story.
Your escape route. You are in an alley. The directions are north, south, east, and west. Get ye flask.
Check the mailbox.
You are in somewhat. It's not an alley exactly. There is some space between the stables and the adjacent building, but there you could go through what essentially is a more or less grid-like. The city in general has a more or less grid-like pattern to it. It is a very well organized city, so you do have some alleyways that go and there are cross streets. Shidani and Morgden went south at a rapid pace.
Okay.
And yeah, they're rapidly closing the distance. It's pretty much a safe bet at this moment that they're probably going to get there, since the guard's attention is distracted by Magmans. That they're not far from the. Shidani is incredibly outpacing Morgden, but Morgden is like, can I just wait? Oh, hold the elevator. But it seems that they're going south and heading to the Undercity.
Okay. I'm going to. Shit. Did you tell us how big the inn was? Like, if I want to go around the whole building and like kind of flank them, how far is that for movement?
Around the whole building will probably take you until your next turn. If you use you'd use a bonus action to drink a potion. Healing potions are bonus actions. I'd say
We're getting
drink a
raid.
potion bonus actions because I like that action economy better. I'm not going to defend it again. But you use bonus action, so you could use your dash action if you wanted to go your 60 feet, which would get you maybe a third of the way. Yeah, it's probably going to take you a turn or two because it's like just the square nature of it. And the fact that you are, it is much closer. You're much closer to them this way than go all the way around.
And around the way. But I'm not very stealthy, so I kind of want to go around the building.
You are invisible.
But it's not quiet.
You have
Elven boots and disadvantage on.
you have elven boots.
on armor.
Yeah.
And so it's a straight roll if I want
So
to be stealthy.
typically yes. So all right. Rules is written for advantage and disadvantage is that no matter how many of each there are, if there are 2 instances that grant you advantage and one that gives you disadvantage, then it's a straight roll. However,
Okay.
because they're doing different things, you have disadvantage because of the noise,
Yes.
but you're wearing elven boots,
Correct.
so you don't make noise.
Okay.
That's flat.
Okay.
Now you're invisible, which does something else. It's not related. It's not related to the sound. So You have advantage on stealth. Is what I'm saying.
Over
So
here, we're gonna sob and then.
I'm going away from the rules as written in that case to rules as intended. They're doing different things.
Okay.
So you have advantage on stealth when you're invisible.
Okay.
Not to interrupt or anything, but
least
we did receive a nice old raid.
Holy shit! Who dat?
Pope Corky, who I may have put a bug in his ear. I'm not gonna.
How rude! He raids and you put earwigs. Into him.
I was
Oh,
picturing
so
more
great.
the
Thank you so
Trek
much, Pope
2
Corky. Much
bugs.
appreciated. Welcome, Raiders. Yes, this is some D&D action. I am Slappy Meats, your obviously
was not working.
generous and merciful DM. Taking these folks on adventures. Right now we are escaping the law. Our party is very responsible and very model citizens. Honestly,
Definitely wasn't
typically,
my fault.
You get on pretty well with like the local constabulary and like the matters of state. Presently, less so. So
Yeah, this sharp decline on the graph.
yeah, there's a black mark on the on the line graph here. As you say, you let out a little sob for Cole. And what else do you do?
I'm going to run down the alley away from the altercation,
Okay,
accepting my babies have
so going east.
distracted them enough.
You're heading east? Okay. Tovar, what are you doing during all this? I don't have any initiative order, but that's because you haven't, I guess, engaged in any particular way.
I plan,
I think you
because
have
at
you have
this
a circle, and I
point,
can put you back in.
a ruckus has occurred. And if there's one thing Tobovar knows, one, it's how to get a kitty on a chair.
That's a good way.
And two, also when to get the fuck out. One does not live long in the thieving profession by hanging around when one is clearly not wanted there.
Okay.
So,
Yeah, absolutely. Go ahead and make a stealth roll. This will happen, I guess, just before Branded Edge does this. So we're gonna walk it back just a moment to when the little death flare happens. Pop! Make a stealth roll to vacate the area. Quietly.
25. And specifically, I'm looking for alternate exits out of the city now.
Okay. Okay.
Like, my plan is, let's just meet them outside the gates, because this is only going to get worse.
Okay. We will have to come back to that specific course of action. But for now, yeah, you're able to use your movement, your action. That's not a hide action, that's just trying to get away quietly. So
Yeah.
Yeah, we'll say you'll get 90 feet because you have your cunning action as well. So you can move, dash, double dash.
Mhm.
And south, are you following the same direction that Shidani and Morgan went? You going like maybe west again towards kind of like the western edge of the city to the western walls?
Yeah, we'll go towards the walls where things get a little rougher, and maybe folks like me don't attract as much attention because there's a lot of them.
Yeah, you're not terribly far from the walls here. Yeah, here and above the city of Mirabar, towards the walls, it's just a little bit rougher. Like again, it's no Luskan, but it is just it's not the more well-moneyed people.
Yeah.
Particularly away from the front gates. The front gates being down to the south, where the river is. Great. All right, you have fucked off effectively. All right, so I guess you do not see Brandy go invisible, because you were headed out. Brandy, yes, you are invisible. You go to the. Are you going east? You say you going like east through the alleyway? Or are you going south down the main street where Shidani and Tovar, Shidani and Morgan went?
Alleyway, absolutely.
Alleyway, east. Okay, to head to the east, you have your movement and your dash action because potion is bonus action. So yeah, you'll go 60 feet in that direction. Okay, that is.
Put my hand over my mouth so I don't sob
Yeah, because you can still verbally make noise. Yeah.
Audibly.
The elven boots, they cloak the noise of your movement. But yes, you can still make noise otherwise. So you just little just kind of like the fucking like Blair Witch shit. It's like, I'm so scared. I'm so startled.
I startled. Okay.
Was that an alert? Okay. Ember's turn. A 16 to hit does not hit a plate armored Axe of Mirabar. Ember reaches out and touches, but like and kind of like scratches the nails on the plate armor. And their response 8 18. Let's roll the others first. 9 and dirty 20. She has 5 hit points left.
Oh my god.
As the dwarves respectively take 8 and 4 fire damage as what are those things? Gone now. So is she. Men! Never a guard around when you need them. Go get back up. Sweep the area. Alert the Makia. And we're out of initiative order. Three things to attend to. Shidani and Morgden, you reach the subway station, so to speak. You reach the passageway to the Undercity. In haste, sort of like you're trying to catch, you're running to catch the subway, like you're dropping papers out of your briefcase and shit. Like, excuse me, coming through. People are, hey, come on, hey.
Hey, I'm walking in.
What are you doing? Hey.
Hey, go fuck yourself.
Yeah, I also have the feature city secrets, so I can do it even faster.
Oh shit, yeah.
Than...
Oh yeah. It's fucking yeah. You
like
this isn't your hometown,
like there was
but you
trying to
know
keep
how
up.
these places are laid out and shit. Like it's all this.
Oh no, I'd have to
I
grab
really
your
wanted to
hands.
keep up, but I
It'd
couldn't.
be like,
Yeah.
come
Oh,
on,
yeah.
we're going.
Yeah. Morgden, make a dexterity saving throw.
Oh, okay. Saving throw, you said? 16.
Great. Yeah. You don't spill ass as your upper body is almost wrenched from your feet. You're on your toes, just like lighter than air as Shidani's incredible momentum with ramming speed has like just beelining, and she's sort of like parkouring up the walls. Like, excuse me, you're like you slide up against like the walls of the carved stone leading down. She hops the railing to get over some fucking slow pokes, just like goddamn Sunday shoppers and shit, just like holding their bags, like they're the three in a line, just talking in a gaggle. Man, get the fuck out of the way. So you just whoop, go up and over. Oh, excuse me. And you sort of are wedged between the wall and them. Whoop, pop out, and yeah, you are dragged at rapid speeds. Where do you go?
Okay, the first place I want to go is back to the and then the word just jumped. Is it the Magus? Wait,
The Markion?
The
Markion. That's it.
Okay.
Because I want to talk to him before he can hear what happened back there.
Okay. So
That's
you,
what I want.
So you you return to the place where you were before. You go to the Hall of Sparkling Stones.
Mm-hmm.
Quickly, you rush up to the couple of Axe members that stand posted. Halt! What's your business?
We were told to return. Let's see.
Oh, I see. You are the.
we are the ones who brought in
That's it.
We're the
Ah,
Weevil
yes.
Catchers.
You're the ones who brought in
That's a
the
terrible
criminal.
name.
And had an audience with
Yes.
the Markion as well, I understand. Is this regarding
Yes.
further business? I feel like you may still need to file an appointment, but yes, please go right through. The clerk should be able to help you.
Thank you.
Just like quick bell.
Aw, it's a quick little cute tiefling bow. Aw. Fucking love tieflings. Yeah, so, yeah,
Weird, you do?
you enter. Imagine, you enter the Hall of Sparkling Stones. Your hooves clacking on the stone in the main foyer, and quickly finding padding on the lush green, luxurious carpeting that fills the main central hall. You see people much like yesterday. The traffic is almost identical. It seems like all times a day. Early morning, afternoon, maybe even into the wee hours. You are underground, so time of day is kind of academic. It seems busy. There are people waiting in line to be processed. There is a sort of a central reception desk that you bypassed last time because you were directed by the guards to go. But, hi, yes, can I help you? What do you need?
Oh yes, we were we had an audience with the Markion today.
Oh, do you now?
Yeah.
Let me see. I don't. Are you here about the broken section of track in the north? No, of course you aren't. Yeah, just takes one quick
Oh.
look at the two of you. No, you're not.
We are the ones who brought in a very
That's right,
Pricey.
that's right. I have a record of that. Let's see. It doesn't seem as if he has an audience today. Shall I pencil you in for next available opportunity? He might be able to fit you in between council meetings and previous
it is a bit-
engagements.
urgent. Is there anything we can do? It won't be long.
Well, you can go ahead and make a persuasion check.
Asian. 14? Fuck. That's so low.
I'll count the insight as more of a DC, right? So meets it, beats it. So we'll say you're kind of on the same wavelength here. Oh well, here we just fill out a form for an audience, just as a matter of formality. I will be sure to grab his attention for you as soon as you catch him between meetings. All right? Go ahead and fill this out and have a seat along the waiting area. There is a lounge just down the hall, and to the right you can find some refreshments there for Well, we do have
That's fine.
modest bread, but if you want something from the cafe, there's it is quite affordable here. I assure you. You know, I know, big government building and everything, but
I
there are
understand. I
some affordable
understand.
refreshments.
I understand the safety of the town can wait. I'll take the paper.
Yes, very well.
The urgent safety of the town can wait. You're right. Yes.
Yes. So far.
There's a seditioner around here, you know.
Have you heard? Coming for the children. They'll put all sorts
Actually,
of
wait.
wild ideas
Before
in
I
their
walk
heads.
away,
Sorry, say again?
Before I walk away, can I ask if why can I never remember it? Golden Tharzan? If they've seen Baldrinthar?
Rolandar, oh, he's, at what time is it? Takes out a rather heavy, clunky looking pocket watch.
Kind of cool.
It's kind of cool.
Like a pocket clock, really.
Yeah, it's huge. Like there's all sorts of like little winding. Like you look at, like if you kind of look, you see that there are too many hands. And then there are all sorts of like knobs and dials and shit, and like it's just kind of like having to hold the hand around it like this to accommodate all of them. You reckon maybe each individual one might be for keeping separate appointments, but there's also just keeping time. It's 10:30. Well, honestly, as with most times a day, it should probably be in the archives.
I'll head that way.
You'll be going down then. If you want to go to the archives, a couple of floors down.
Oh,
It's the entire floor.
thank you so much.
Certainly. You make your way down to the archives, and yeah, it stacks. It's so the background you have there. Yeah,
Mhm.
it's that.
Nice.
Fairly low ceilings though, so it's just kind of winding. Yeah, you do have like, it's not towering bookshelves. These are dwarves, so you have tons of books. Just even at a quick glance, like not much of a history check needed. You can tell just sort of by the organization, and by like the couple of directory signs you might see in the archives, like tons of history. Some of them appear to be in common. Most of them are in Dwarvish. They're
No.
yes. As you go down the stairs, did you take the paperwork with you? Did you fill the form out?
Yeah, I grabbed it.
Yeah. Walk and fill. Yeah. You get down to the archives and see this whole library displayed before you. Also, let me see. Is the music still tavern, right? Yeah. We're gonna change that. It's quiet on my end, so I can't hear it as much. But we're gonna change that to Dwarven City to appropriately convey the attention of this whole scene and bureaucracy. An elderly dwarf sits at a comically small desk. Even for a dwarf, like there's sort of like piles of books around, not on the desk, but there's one book unfolded, and the edges are hanging over the desk, because the desk is like this. It's like a school desk with just a quill and pen and ink. Precariously close to the back end of the desk. Let's see, dips into it. It seems to be marking something in a large ledger. Oh, hello. Well, yeah. Who are you?
I am Mogden, and this is Shadani. And we
Oh,
were told.
good to meet you, Morgan and Shadani.
We were told we might find Brodenthai down here.
Looking for Brolindar. You came to the right place. Yes, 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 yes. Let me see. Here, hand this to him when you find him. Okay? Be careful, and if you need to take anything out of here, come back to me. I'll sign it out for you. Do not go in the restricted areas. I don't know. I don't know.
Wouldn't dream of it.
Of course not. Okay, well then, good luck. Don't get lost.
Thank you.
He's in there
our best.
somewhere.
No. Okay. What did he hand us?
All right. Yeah. What? Yeah. While we walk away, we'll look at it.
It is in Dwarvish.
God damn it! I knew I should have done that this morning.
Yeah. Hard to tell.
Okay, well,
You know,
we'll
we
just
really
go to where.
Learn to read this.
Yeah, so go ahead and make an investigation check to locate, or perception, to try and locate Rolandar. Perception. Perfectly valid.
Can I do an investigation so I get a +1?
It really should be perception,
All right, then 3.
but well, yeah, that 4 really would have.
There's no need to
nailed
dick
it.
around about the 1
1.
point.
It doesn't appear vast
Mhm.
at first glance, this place. But it is labyrinthine.
Oh no.
As
No.
you see, as well organized as the city is, this appears to have an organization to it that is meticulous, and every book is shelved. Like the pile of books by the desk was an oddity in this place, as that appeared to be active. He's actively registering certain books or something like that, or a collection that he searched for, something along those lines. Things that were pulled from the shelves or are going into the shelves. Everything else, it's quite immaculate, but the system of arrangement is alien to you. And looking for but one dwarf in the stacks is proving difficult. This will take some time.
All right. Well,
Brandy.
can I say while we're looking, I'll keep my eyes out in case guards start coming in.
Oh yeah,
By the way, okay. It would definitely be
that's
making
involved
sure.
in your 3. Don't worry.
Oh, good.
Brandy.
Mm.
You left the Shales Retreat, heading to the east, and you quickly find yourself on a main street, where, looking about, you see some of the citizenry going about their business, sort of look a street over at maybe the ruckus and the yelling that has come from in front of the tavern. A few guards maybe start heading that direction. What do you do?
They're rushing towards. Sorry, you said they were rushing towards where the altercation was, where the Magmans fucking exploded and died.
Yes, that's the place.
Uh-huh.
Yes.
That's where they're running to.
Yes.
Okay. How many are running in that direction? Can I tell?
Sparsely, you see 2. You see one guard start to go toward who maybe one guard who was actually leaving, like maybe like a cafe or like a general store or something, leaving with a loaf of bread. And he starts heading towards the yelling, and then one from down the street sees him go and, hey, wait, oh, what's going on? And follows behind.
Okay. Well, I don't think it's going to benefit Rounded Edge to go towards the ruckus. There's less and less that I can do to, like, if I try to hold person, that only works on 3 people total. So
And
even if it works,
right.
number one, my invisibility is gone. And number 2,
Yes.
there's still one person who knows. So that's probably not going to help me out.
I just saw the GIF Loves posted about the Magmans just peace. Hell yes.
Yeah, I just know it's fine. It's just my babies. Just laugh about it. Okay. Okay. I'm gonna keep. Rounded Edge is gonna keep walking to avoid making her armor clank away from the altercation. I don't think anybody said where they were going when they fucking bailed. Just all my fucking friends just bailed on me after I tried to save them, and it's a little heartbroken.
We told you to
No,
get the
no,
part
Morgan isn't
where we were
there.
going.
You're not
Morton
there.
isn't there.
No,
You're
Morgan's
not,
not
you're
there,
not
out.
there.
but you
You're
were
not
there.
She knows what she knows.
Shut your fucking mouth.
She knows what she knows. It was
So
chaotic.
mad at you.
There was,
Okay.
yeah. It was a chaotic time.
Yeah.
Things were said that
uh,
may not have been done. Things were said that may have been done. Brandy
Things
knows
were done that probably shouldn't have been done.
that maybe. Decisions were made. That is for
Decisions were
certain.
made. This
Um,
is where we are, and that's
This is where we live now. Brandy knows what she knows.
she is
What does Brandy want to do?
heartbroken and wandering back streets of this dwarven town, just mourning for her babies, walking away from the
It could
situation.
be a country song.
Not trying to make a sound because she knows that she's being pursued.
Yeah,
Because
that's quite easy enough. Yeah,
Bizarre.
habitually you're trying to like keep your armor from doing stuff, but like that may be just as a matter of comfort to like kind of hold your plates together, hold yourself together. You literally hold yourself together.
Yeah.
As you,
Jane
as
is
the
gone,
armor is a
and all
part
my
of you.
friends are gone, and I'm lost. Just walking away.
Make a stealth check at advantage, just to sort of avoid making footprints in the snow and things like that, and avoid running and bumping into anyone. Just yeah, you're invisible.
Oh, fuck. 9.
just at advantage.
I'm not doing well. It's a 9 at advantage.
Whose footprints are these? One of the guards heading towards the altercation sees a pair of footprints manifesting into the snow beneath nobody.
Mhm.
No,
Are they
you go on ahead.
One's giving chase. Is that correct?
One's going to continue to the scene of the crime.
Okay.
One stops and notices the footprints manifesting some distance away from him, but does see a curious little maybe a little snow sloughs off the roof and like falls down to make a little sound itself, and that sort of the movement is periphery, and he just sees footprints in the snow just. What the hell?
So, does Branded Edge know that he caught on to her footprints?
You've got your eyes out. I reckon it's clear that he, as I described it, that's what you see. You see him.
He says, what was that? And then I know I've been spotted. Or my
You
yeah.
know that he has seen footprints. You know he has
Yeah.
seen something where you are.
So I'm going to take my max movement to go around a corner. So footprints will also go around the corner, and we'll take a shit. Should I do this now? Fuck. Take a potion
It's a
of
shit.
shut up. Take a potion of diminution and hide like really like half my size, really close to the wall. And hide so that I'll walk as far as I can with my footsteps invisibly, then potion and then visible back step. So there's the footprints mysteriously stop at the next intersection, and then
Okay.
backtrack on those same footprints and hide around the corner that he can't see me around.
All right. So great. So you beat feet, still silently and still invisibly, but you make footprints go around the corner.
Yes.
He's and he's gonna start following the footprints. You go, drink the potion. Can you hear the cat?
Yeah.
Poor kitty. She's bored and lonely. I want to
Aww.
go pet her real quick. I'll be right back.
Okay.
When you're feeling bored and lonely.
Oh, she's coming in. There she is.
Sometimes cats require
You should
breaks.
pet a kid.
Yeah, shockers.
I had a cat once.
Yeah, I'm the only one here for a week. It's my my aunt and my mom went on vacation. They rented an RV. So well-deserved vacation
And you're
after
still
all
wearing
the
clothes. That's
after the
weird.
beginning of 2022 that this year's thing. Right. You round the corner. You drink the potion of diminution. You become half your size in every dimension. So if you're backstepping through your footprints, you have to take a wide stance. At least you have to widen your stance somewhat. So you'll do that. Let's go ahead and all right. We're gonna say, make a dexterity check.
All right. Dexterity check. It's a 19.
Great. Yeah, you feel good about putting your footprints back where they were. Yeah, give me another stealth roll with advantage.
Yeah.
And I'm gonna give him disadvantage on his perception because of the tactics, basically.
30-20 with advantage.
Ooh, good. Okay, that's very good. He's going to. Perception or investigation? Well, let's see. Oh, it looks like you already. Yes, good. So you and your smaller frame, you round the corner, you backstep a few, and then you sort of like tuck into kind of a what looks to be a parcel delivery bin. And it's just like little small, like, looks like maybe groceries get delivered here sometimes, or something of the like. And you just pop in, and you are the height, like roughly the height of it. You're a small brandy right now. And he just follows the footprints. And he sees where they end, and he just takes the butt of his axe and just I see you. Come on out. Let's not make this more difficult than it has to be. He's lying. You don't have to roll insight to know that he's lying, because obviously you can't see. Because he's looking completely in the wrong direction from where you are. Sucks his teeth and leaves. You are small.
I am
You are
small.
invisible.
I am invisible and
You are alone.
Mm.
What are you doing?
And I am sad, and
You
all
are
of my
sad.
friends are gone. So,
What do
am
you do?
am I in this little delivery
You're in a box.
I'm hiding?
You're
I'm
you're
gonna-
sad, small, alone, invisible, and in a box.
Bernadette's just gonna sit down and just have a little cry for a second, as quietly as she can.
Little weepy robot. It's just in a box. Topovar, what's up, homie? You're looking for an alternate escape, an alternate route out of the city,
Yeah.
blending in with
That's
the
my...
the passersby. You still have quite a while left on your disguised self. So one Raven Blackboot is meandering through the city, looking for another way out. Make an investigation check for me, please. Do you have city secrets as well?
I thought I did, but I don't.
Okay.
Yeah.
Food. Is that mashed potatoes?
It is food. A giant bowl of cheese-covered cauliflower and a
Steak?
couple of lamb skewers.
Lamb. Okay.
Mm-hmm. Because I'm a monster.
Delicious.
Mhm.
Delicious. I am hunger as well.
It's another net 20.
At 20 on investigation.
Yeah, so technically a 27.
7. Good. That helps. The walls of Mirabar are impressive by any architect's standards, by any city planner standards, by any defense specialist standards. They are widely regarded to be impenetrable. Part of this is because the north side is built into the foot of the spine of the world. It is not the sheer mountains and cliffs yet, but the mines of Mirabar to the north are dug into the spine of the world. The gates there are heavily fortified and mostly used for mechanical passage, as in mine carts coming through. Above ground, it doesn't happen much, so anything passing through those gates would be very recognizable. There are no gates to speak of below, because the tunnels just go back and forth. Chunk. The gates, you've already passed through the gates to the south. That is what led you in. There's the Mirar River, to the north of which Mirabar sits. A bridge is crossed to reach the gate, which you did. There are let me look at the shape of the Mirar River real quick to make sure. You are aware. This will take you some time. You probably, by the time you get there, likely your disguised self will have worn off.
Mm-hmm.
To surreptitiously make your way from one side of the city to the other. There is the dock entrance. There are the docks, which are also heavily fortified, but it is not the main gate. It does not have as much foot traffic. So you have two options. You have the northern gate, which leads to the mines, that operation of these gates typically only occur when there is mining activity going back and forth. There is always mining activity happening in Mirabar. But yes, it is sort of like an industrial payload will come through and be maybe checked and passed through the gates that are not really meant for ergonomic sort of passage. Save for maybe the guard or laborer entrances to the checking stations that would be at the gates, and also to the defense fortifications in case of northern incursion, which is incredibly rare, being built into the mountains. But hey, they didn't get to be Mirabar by fucking around.
Yeah.
Or you have the southeastern docks. Again, heavily fortified in case of river incursion. And a lot of trade is being passed through here. It is typically a trade and labor entrance and exit. And to exit the docks, well, you'll be on docks. Those are your most obvious options. Other than that, you would probably be looking at scaling the wall at any point.
That is a possibility if there were a spot where it can be done fairly unseen.
With a 27 investigation in broad ass daylight, you reckon that is unlikely.
Yeah.
Yeah. There are spots. Maybe the north. You might think like if anywhere, the northwest end might be sort of the northwest end. I'd say corner, but it's not really square. It's the northwest end might be the least like walked. However, that's where you came from. And that's where you're going now. You're like that's where. Sorry, not where you came from. That's where guards are congregating. Are just a few blocks away from the northwest end, where Shell's retreat is. So
where trouble was happening.
Yeah. So yeah, you reckon. Precious few opportunities to scale the wall, as there are no direct entrances that lead, like, from the outside, from the inside of the wall. No, service entries. Like, it's just, yeah, the wall is maintained from the inside and maintained quite well.
Although I could also go to the shop mentioned last session, the name of which I can't remember, but it was a fence.
Yes.
I could see if they have
Depot.
anything to help me get the fuck out.
Bark. Shit. Bark something depot. I will find you. I will find you information. And yes, that is on the northern end of the city. Not terribly far from the mining service gates, but that'll be at the northern end of the city. Ooh. I found some cool shit. Bark. Oh, sorry. Depot? Was it storehouse? I thought it was called the depot. Which is fine with me. Yeah. Barkskin's storehouse or Barkskin Depot.
There we are.
It is in the Undercity, but it is on the northern end. So I guess geographically it's by where the gate would be.
I'm gonna go there with the intentions of maybe Purchasing something like a potion of invisibility would probably be.
And that lasts an hour. Am I correct?
I think so.
That is correct. 1 hour.
Okay.
And you can't cast or attack
Correct.
it, or it
Yeah.
goes away.
All right.
Can't take a hostile action.
You begin making your way down to the Undercity, as stealthily as you had been. So that's quite a lot. It has taken some time to assess your options. I'll say maybe you have about half an hour left on your disguised self. You make your way to the the Undercity, rather, and you were informed where Barkskin's storehouse was, so by the time you get there, it's about up. I imagine hood's up. You rolled high enough on stealth, I think your hood's up. Okay. About an hour has gone by of, where the fuck is Broldenthar? Broldenthar! Shh, it's a library. Yeah. About an hour of finding him, of looking for him. Maybe you split up and then, like, end up bumping into each other, like, again, like...
We both think about yelling, but then we look around at all the books and we're like,
Not supposed to
I don't
yell.
want to get yelled at by a librarian.
Yeah, they're gonna just pop out in the moment you
Not
do
like
it.
this anyway.
Yeah, bad luck.
An hour has gone by, and
An hour.
still, like, flummoxed over where Broldenthar is. Oh, good to see you. Oh, you've come to do some research, have you? And you see from
I just look at
Roland
Shinani.
from what has become a small castle of books, you see a little dwarf, like, kind of Kilroy, just, like, appear over. Oh, sorry, 1 second. Oh, goodness me,
I was behind the books the whole time.
I've made quite a mess here. I'll have to pick these up. Wouldn't want the head archivist to have my head on a platter.
That'd be a shame.
You see, like, a kind of like a like a shudder, genuine shudder. So stacking the books away. Okay,
Yes,
but
librarians can be quite stern. I help them with the books.
oh, thank you very much. But what brings you down here? I've been looking into this the more materials on the plains. I feel like with now that the council is finally taking this seriously, we might get a leg up on them, so to speak, and find out what we can do about their elemental powers. So far, I'm coming up dry. Nothing I don't already know and can be used against them without powerful magics, extremely powerful magics. But yes, you've come to see me.
I look at Shidani and say, I wonder if there's somewhere private we can talk. There's been... This morning has had issue.
Oh, no, dear, I hope everything's all right. It's just the two of you right now.
Yes.
Yes.
Oh, well, honestly, it's hard to be more private than this. If so few people
Hard.
come down here, I usually have the run of the place, except for the archivist, of course.
Mm-hmm.
Our mutual friend who may not have been quite welcome in town was apparently clocked last night.
Oh,
and the guards came this
oh,
morning.
the one reason the issue we spoke about.
Mm-hmm.
Oh no. Oh dear. Oh goodness. It might.
And it wasn't guards; it was the axe bearers. Not regular guards, I should say.
Oh yes, there were the axe is more or less our city watch. At least the professionals. There are some humans and such who serve on the watch, but yes, no, yes, yes, not someone to be trifled with. It's certainly not. Sounds like he's on the bad side of the Earthweavers, and that's not a place you want to be. No.
So we should get
What should
get out.
It sounds it? Yes, it might be for the best. Maybe I don't
They
know.
have him-
Did you? We never really discussed. I mean, maybe I shouldn't be discussing this outside of some sort of tribunal or something, misrepresenting the facts or. Well, it is not coming from him, but if he is innocent, then there could be a chance to plead his case and see that maybe the crime is not something that should fall upon his shoulders.
In a perfect world, that would be true. All he did really was steal from the wrong family.
Well, if it sounds like it's something that
And
he
he-
did do, and the charges were
He did not
leveraged
usurp?
against him by,
Oh, no.
and it stuck. It'd be hard
The
to fight
charges that
that.
he was
Not
the charges he was
impossible,
apparently
but
charged
difficult.
with are not the crime he committed.
Well, what did he allegedly steal?
As far as we know, just books.
Books can be very powerful things.
I did tell him which books they were.
You did tell him. Okay, so he
Yeah.
did.
That's right.
So these, what was it? Oh, that's right. Yes, he mentioned this yesterday. Oh, that's right. That's right. That's right. That is right. And this is the crime with which he is charged.
Well, that's
This is
the
not
crime
the
he
crime with which
committed.
he
The
is
crime he is charged with is sedition and sedition and fuck. What's the other word? I have my brain too.
Insurrection.
Insemination.
Insurrection,
yeah.
insemination, and sedition,
Sedition. Yeah, sedition.
and several counts of buggery.
In those tomes,
Well,
there
damn.
may very well be such a thing. Well, oh my goodness. As I say,
feeling
books
personally
can be
is
very
It's
powerful.
a family
things.
leveraging their position because they were embarrassed. That's what it feels like to me.
Well, it would not need to
But-
be divulged necessarily what any salacious nature of the tomes, merely that they were valuable, and certainly that would stick. But to push for this is above and beyond mere embarrassment. If the Earthweavers, because if they wanted to sweep this under the rug, they would not have made it such a heinous crime. A high bounty like this attracts a lot of attention, and from people that are less controlled, a public bounty. This is a person to be brought to justice in a public display. This is... They're after rapid results. They're not after secrecy. But, well, why is the question? I would imagine there's something in those books, not the nature of the book, not that it's pornographic, as juicy as gossip as that may be. It sounds to me like there's something more weighing heavily on... Weighing heavily on Branman's mind. Branman Earthweaver, one of the member of the council. She would be the one most likely to have pushed for something so serious.
Was she in the room yesterday?
Why, yes. Yes, she has a seat on the council.
What,
Hmm.
what did she look like? Well, what I think is we might be able to talk our way out of this if we speak with her, but the problem at the moment is Tokovar is in custody, and it doesn't sound like they're planning on putting him in a cell for a while.
Hmm.
It sounds like they're planning on not wasting time.
Mm-hmm.
It does seem that if he is in custody, then your options are limited. There will be a council. Well, there will be an assembly. What would you call it? Tribunal, but that is a council. It's like
If we
47
spoke
fucking
with
people on this council.
If we spoke with the Machion before it happened, would they be able to help us at all?
The Marchion holds a lot of sway, but decisions ultimately are made by the council, and in cases of sedition, in cases of political upheaval, it is not so much a trial, so much as an explanation of the charge, the crimes, and the course of action to be taken. It is more a discussion of sentencing rather than a trial. In cases where there is a clear threat to Mirabar's security, draconian as it may seem, these are old traditional ways. There can be opportunity for interjection.
What if them dispatching him is a direct danger to the city?
That would be a considerable detriment to
The
our course
danger
of
that we
action.
came to talk about, he has been as integral as anyone trying to stop it and learning what we learned.
It could be worth trying to bring up. If indeed he is in custody, then it is a little late to be fleet of foot, as they say. Oh, well,
Oh shit,
I
what about...
can try to speak in his favor, but to put it simply, whatever I could tell the council and whatever testimony I could provide would be a reflection merely of his character, not of whether or not the deed was done. That
Yes.
could have some impact on the council, but it seems likely that Branman would be pushing in the opposite direction. And I imagine if she has her way, as she often does, she will argue that the character is not a reflection of import. It is something along the lines of even the darkest coal shines in enough light, or something like that.
What if the crime committed wasn't what he was charged with? I don't believe Tobavan knew anything special about those books.
Yeah, if he had known, it would have been sedition.
This could. What we could do if it does come to a council hearing, then these are questions that could be raised publicly. Perhaps finding out would be the thing to do before it comes to that, if you have time. I haven't heard any. Well, I've been down here. It is. Oh goodness, what time is it? It's tiny
need
little
to find
pocket
out if
watch. He takes
Brandy
out a little tiny pocket watch. Oh, well, you got off to quite the early start today, didn't you? Oh, it's only,
Yes, our
it's not
plans
even
were much
lunchtime.
different.
It's close, though. I could stand to eat. I don't realize I was so hungry. I will begin putting these back. We can... this might take some time. We can adjourn upstairs to speak with someone about this. Maybe speak with Selin and maybe find out if Tobavar is being held somewhere already, and see if we can delay a hearing as much as we can. It sounds like you have me on your side, but it does put me at considerable risk to be outwardly vocal about
That is the other reason we came, was to warn you, because we don't really. If there's not much you can. If you speaking up will be more detriment to you than help to us.
Some on the council think me a doddering old fool, my nose in the books, and such an impetuous young dwarves. It could be another reason to cast doubt on this old dwarf. But still, it's a matter of integrity. It cannot let something go unattended. That is a wrongdoing. Nevertheless, if it is a crime committed, precious little I can say about that. Do the time, something, the crime, or whatever it is, some such thing. Apologies. Continue to try and put the books back. I know this is very important, but you do not want to anger the archivist. He does not like books out of place. No. Yeah, it's putting the books back. Yeah. We will. We will put.
Oh, we were meant to hand you this.
Yes. Wonderful. This could be helpful. It's more about the planes, and actually this could be interesting to you as well. This is all complete. It is, do you read Dwarvish? This could be helpful. About interplanar relations of magic. It's rare to have a dwarven tome, and that's why this is so important. This is very the dwarves, you see, we have very vetted scientific knowledge that tends to supersede all the superstitions and, well, there's some dwarven superstitions of magic. Very fearful, the old dwarves were. He's off. He's just.
Oh boy.
He's just. You might have to hit the needle on the record player. You might have to.
Yeah. I just played Shidani.
Sorry.
Hey.
I do tend to ramble. Yes, I've signed this out already. Good. He found it for me, and fantastic. He put his books and start sorting the books. And as the books are sorted, he will take you the short way through the labyrinthine stacks. Because as you know,
it was over past that.
It was just past the young adult section. You know, it was yeah,
You know that. Yeah.
yeah. Just past Dwarven Hunger Games.
the Thirsty Games.
Yeah, he'll,
Oh wait, no, that's the book that
Ooh,
we
the
did.
thirsty games.
that might be a Winky Tailhole property. And he'll say his order of business to the archivist and say, "Oh, thank you again." Yes, of course. I'm glad you found what you were looking for, and well, I found what you were looking for as well. Good day.
Bye.
Goodbye.
Hi.
Shadani. Yes, steel trap this one.
I don't know.
Brandy.
Yeah, sure.
Brandy.
What do we do? Oof.
Mm.
You're a bot in a box. What do you do?
Yes.
What's happening with you?
Okay. With like really everything shattering around her, Bernadette is gonna go back to one of the only memories that's hers and hers alone, and that is the memory of her dream brought on by the Feywine. And it's really the only thing. Like she's grasping at straws. She's had this, I don't know how long it's been. Was it 10 minutes? How long has it been
It's
since?
hard to tell. But it feels like an eternity.
Yes, agree.
In reality,
That
probably
eternity. Go ahead.
about 10, 15 minutes since you drank the
10 or 15
potion
minutes. Okay.
of invisibility.
So in that eternity of like getting yourself down, they didn't like me, they left me behind. Where's Dane? He went away without telling me. My babies are dead. And the only thing that she's grasping at is her dream from the Feywine, and that is, "You are more, better." So she's like, she's wiping away her what she's like. There, I don't know if there's tears or not. There's probably not, but she feels horrible as she's like trying to wipe her face, like do a little cheek slap, speck, back in the game. You are 3 feet tall, and invisible in a dwarven village. What do? You are better than this. So, she's rooting around in her bag, and she finds her pole of collapsing, and she's gonna use that, hang on for dear life, and try and get on the roofs.
Okay. This is an
She-
item
she
that
know-
is on your person when you turn invisible. It is invisible as well.
I'm ass at dexterity, but I know Bernadette knows that if she leaves any more little tiny footprints, somebody in this area is looking for anything that's walking away from this place. So she needs to like get out of that site. She's gonna go on the rooftops.
Okay. So what is the distance of extension that it does? Is it 20 feet? Is it 10
You can
feet?
use an action, speak a command. The rod will elongate only as far as the surrounding space allows. It's so
Up to
10-foot pole.
10 foot. Okay,
pole.
yeah. The upper portion of Mirabar is mostly populated by humans. Some dwarves do come up here, but there's a dwarven aesthetic to the architecture, at least. Still, it is meant to accommodate humans. 10 feet would quite easily get you to maybe a first floor
Shit.
balcony,
Okay.
or a low building. Like stables, for example, are typically roughly that size. Storage sheds, things like that. Outhouses.
Right. Okay.
So I'll say you're small. It is not a difficult thing to. You're small. You are heavy, but you are reduced in every dimension, which means you weigh 1/8 what you usually do.
Okay.
Yeah, give me an acrobatics check to try and stick the landing. The pole's not having any difficulty lifting you up.
7.
7.
It's not good.
You make it. You make it onto like an outcropping of like maybe a firewood sort of shed where like just get the cover to keep the snow off of all the firewood. Back first, he just and on the snow on the on the shed there's a brandy print just and you the pole comes up. You have your pole.
Our vision. Okay.
Yeah. So you're sort of halfway to the rooftops if you want to get up onto a second floor of the building. Try you can do it again.
Yeah. That'll be good. Then I can like gauge where my next what's the word? Destination would be, because
Yeah.
in these alleys half 3 feet tall, I can't see shit.
So let's see. Yeah, go ahead and make it another acrobatic check with your extending pole.
9.
9. A little better. You land on the knees this time. Yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
Somebody in front of the this particular building, kind of like just with a broom, not even a shovel, just a broom, just sweeping the snow off the sidewalk, just to keep a clear path of traffic. Just...
Sorry. Under my breath, I say sorry. Not that they can hear me, but I feel bad that they got fucking shat on by snow.
Okay. Above the top of the roof, you can further scramble up top to like just where there's a little bit of a chimney flume. Make a perception check as you gaze out.
That's really good. 22.
22. From where you are, your elevated position, you can look around and see. It's a good thing that this city is so well organized that it makes it easy to sort of spot when something got out of place. And there's a bit of little bit of congestion, sort of where the altercation happened. You can even see from here, like you didn't go all that far from where you had been. You can see from here that there's one or two of the axes that sort of seem to be sort of taking questions from some passersby and showing the poster. One appears to be holding a fresher piece of parchment that it's hard to see from here, but it looks like there might be some sketches, like some new scribblings on it, and sort of pointing at those. From there, you see a slight canvassing. You can see some guards just kind of walking through the alleys and just sort of looking around. It's very much like, you have the Soliton radar in the upper right corner, right? And you just... Din, din, din. But you are above,
Exclamation points above their heads.
Their dwarven heads on the rooftops of the buildings, where their perspective does not quite so easily grant them a visual. But looking around, you see the destination. You see walls, all sides. The massive fortified heavy walls of Mirabar. You see in the center of the city, it is sort of a mountainous shape. It is it's sort of a broad, a thick sort of conical, loosely conical, like the Pope's hat, right? Like it's comes up in sort of cylinder, but then comes to a point, comes to a cone. With some jaggedness to it, that is intricate jaggedness, as in like sort of interwoven like buttress patterns, not actual buttresses themselves, but like the implication of them. That is sort of it's kind of like a Celtic knot, except not. It's not tied around a knot, but it is like interwoven spire. Sort of relief coming off of many of the sides of this spire that appears to be the city center.
Okay.
You'd imagine, maybe from what you saw in Waterdeep, maybe there's just something aesthetically that sort of gives you the impression like kind of a seat of power right there. That seems to be government building.
Okay.
Because it is a bit more ornate than the rest, and it doesn't go tremendously high. But you haven't been in the Undercity, have you?
No.
Right.
Just was recommended to go there.
You have recommended the Rolling Boulder,
Yes.
and you see a
Did
large
he-
building in the center of town.
Did he
Most
tell
important
me
looking
where
building.
the Undercity entrance was?
Yes. You would have been, pointed towards, and they're not terribly difficult to find. You can see some from where you are in a few blocks in any direction. You can see some entrance to the Undercity.
It's like the subway you were talking about
Yes.
earlier.
Yeah.
Okay.
In fact, that would be probably the closest one that you would see as the one that is to the south, where the direction that Shidani and Morgan went.
Okay. So my cloak and everything shrank with me, so I don't need to get a disguise because I'm wearing a big cloak, right? I'm wearing my winter
You
cloak.
have that. You do have,
I'm
yes, you do
wearing it,
have
okay.
your, what was it, emerald green, like emerald green trimmed.
Fur-lined parka with hood.
Oh, you have your winter one, right? Yeah. You have your
Yeah,
pretty one from Waterdeep, but yeah, you also have the winter clothes.
Okay. See if did Brandon Edge? She was doing the freezing. Did she see which way her friends went out the door? Did she see them
You know
go
they
south?
went south.
Okay.
You know they went to the southern direction.
Okay,
Things
okay,
popped
okay.
off a little too rapidly for you to see where the destination was, but you know they went south.
I had
Brief.
Yeah, we had told you.
I
but
had
you forgot.
briefly
mentioned.
explained
Yeah, it was
the plan.
mentioned. Like we got to
but-
go talk to the Markion. Like we got to go get out ahead of this. Like it was
Yeah,
mentioned.
you said. Yeah, we told you to meet us there with the cart. That's. So we
Okay.
thought we told you. We didn't abandon you. We
Well,
thought
no,
we
what?
told you.
Yeah, what happened was she got attacked before the cart
Yeah.
managed to get out.
Well, yeah,
She was
so
just
she may have forgotten.
and yeah, I think it may not
and
have
that's
been
the part that
clear where to meet with the cart, whether it was meet at the gates or meet down in the Undercity. Like that.
it was yeah.
because it was a very rapid. Like it may have been specified meet place.
Yeah,
Meet in the meat place.
I don't. And
Yeah.
as a player, I do not remember that happening. So,
Yeah, there was mention of meet us there with
That's
the
why
cart.
I was good. Yeah, no, well, obviously Morgan and I both remember,
Yeah.
but
Yeah.
it was probably so rapid. Honestly, if you missed it, it doesn't surprise me. You know, it
I
was a
mean, to be
very
fair, we would have
rapid
been
thing. Yeah.
frustrated leaving too, so it would have been hastily said.
Oh yeah. 'cause
Yes.
y'all hauled ass.
Yeah.
So, it was shouted out
So
to
it was
what the
just
plan was as the guards were coming out of their stasis.
Yeah, miscommunication.
okay.
And so
so
there
Brandon-
was instruction to meet at question marks.
Yes. Oh, Brandon, just like, ah! Everyone's gone. I don't remember. Friends are dead. Dane is dead or gone. Ah! I'm being chased by the police. Ah! I don't know where to go. Brenda, just try and keep going south on the rooftops until she's like gonna kind of follow the main street, but on the rooftops.
Okay. Yeah.
Try and see if she can recognize anyone.
I'll say make a single acrobatics check or athletics.
Athletics is better. Okay, let's try that. That is a 15.
Yeah, I'll just chalk it up to that one as sort of an average of getting between buildings. The potion of diminution, that also lasts an hour? How long does that last?
I rolled a d4 and I got a 3, so my invisibility will be gone and I'll have 2 hours left of small
Okay.
edge.
All right. You have 3 hours of small. All right. Wonderful. Okay. So yeah, being that small, it makes it a little difficult to bridge the gap between buildings. But with a 15 athletics check, yeah, you're able to get the little
Boing.
just this little long jump between each building, and yeah, This will guide you along the main streets until you find one of these undercity passageways,
Mm.
stairways. The stairways to the down to the down bed. But, no bites. Yeah. Do you go down to the Undercity?
Well, that's where the watch hasn't gone yet. So maybe Brandon would feel safer underground where the watch hasn't started their search yet. They're searching up. They're searching on the main floor now. Let's see if we can go one down.
Alright. Invisible and small, it is easy enough to pass through the very light bustle of the staircase as you make your way down to the Undercity. As you do, you do see such a change in the environment, where it is mostly white and gray above, with the harsh, perhaps granite stone that makes up most of the upper side of Mirabar. Aside from some of the more ornate buildings or accoutrement on various residences or businesses, largely white and gray from just the wintry atmosphere. You come down and it is visually warmer. It is orange and it is amber, spots of yellow, as these wonderful little lights just hum from the wall, hanging down in cascades from this sort of amphitheatrical, enormous chamber that is almost mysterious how it can be so supportive up top as the ceiling is so high. Like how thin can the ceiling be? How strong is this structure? Like a testament to Dwarven architecture that you can support these high ceilings that just allow for this echoing space. You know, despite being a Dwarven city, it is not for function. There is sort of a sense of grandeur to this place, almost like a city-sized citadel, and a reflection of the technology as there's periodic vents of steam, and it is much warmer down here than it is up above. You see people walking around without their heavy furs. They walk around in what would be maybe a mid-autumn sort of heavy layer of garb. Mostly dwarves you see down here. Much more dwarves than humans. Still some humans periodically, but taking in the sights, you quickly realize you're tucked back to the wall so no one runs into your invisible ass, and you do spot in the center of town, architecturally similar to the Pope Hat building that you saw up above. There is of similar girth. You see this column that just reaches from the floor of this level to the ceiling. So it seems to extend above the ground. This is what you see.
I'm 3 feet tall. Are dwarves taller than me, or
Yes.
am I kind of the same height?
Taller.
Taller? Oh, well, shit. That could blend in, but that's not tall enough.
About a
Okay.
foot taller.
A
Foot
foot taller?
and change,
Okay.
yeah. Yeah, dwarves are around
Halfling
between 4
size?
and 5.
Like,
Like Shadani would be
yeah.
a tall dwarf.
would be a... Sorry? What's a tall dwarf?
Shadani.
Dodani is a tall dwarf? Okay.
Shadani would be unusually tall for a dwarf.
And me is my half
You're about
credited
halfling,
size.
halfling or
Halfling?
gnome sized presently.
Even yeah,
Or a child dwarf. I mean,
child dwarf.
Yeah.
Okay. The blue skin might tip them off. So
perhaps.
maybe
Yeah, this turquoise dwarf might be unusual.
yes. But the reason I'm asking is, what is it? 45 minutes when this wears off. If I put my summer cloak back on, will I be able to pass as child dwarf just walking around?
One way to find out.
Is that some? Oh, fuck. Okay, we'll fuck around and find out. I will walk carefully, avoiding all the traffic. Walk carefully towards the ornate structure that I recognize from the above level.
Okay.
Hoping that is where we are supposed to meet. I don't remember. I am wandering around, lost, and just devastated.
I'll say that, yeah, you arrive at the... being invisible makes it reasonably easy to not...
I'm slower. I'm not hindered.
Yeah, to move uninhibited. You are smaller, of course. I'll say you get to the building with probably but a few minutes to spare on your invisibility. You arrive to see a far larger than necessary door. Yeah, a what appears to be a massive brass door. Two more reasonably sized doors to either side of it. It is slightly ajar. There are a couple of guards, axes and mirror bar posted. There's some light foot traffic coming and going. The guards sort of waving to particular figures, people who seem to be dressed of some import. But largely sort of just giving the nod to people as they pass by, stopping people, asking their business, waving them through or turning them away.
I don't think Brenna is gonna try and get through that door because she thinks she's a wanted fucking criminal and it's not gonna go in there with 4 minutes left of invisibility. So, is there any roofs that are overlooking these important doors that I could like perch and watch?
This space seems to be this building being massive in its girth again. Chomp is snuffling. There appears to be in sort of a plaza space.
Okay.
So there is not much by way of buildings nearby. There is some public space, as in maybe what you would call
A bench?
park. Yeah, you know what passes for park space underground. Not a lot of greenery, but there are sculptures. There are pieces of public art, and like lamp posts that do sort of dot little gathering areas of like stone tables that have maybe like you see those chessboards that are carved into public spaces. Some gaming spots for the old retired dwarves to pass their time.
Okay. I will post up on one of those park benches and watch the people come and going and hope to Christ this was the meeting spot
Okay.
because I don't remember.
Okay. Tubavar. What you doing, homie?
Like, still headed towards. I have a terrible memory. I really should have written it down.
Barkskins.
Barkskins, Home Depot,
Yeah.
whatever it
Barkskins
is.
Depot or storehouse.
Yeah.
Whichever's fine.
Storehouse, there we are. Just Just making my way there. Maybe staying out of the like majorly visible areas.
Okay.
Watching for axes poking out through the crowd.
Okay. I think with your previous rolls, you will find it, because directions had been given.
Yeah.
Do you recall what you were told to say?
Oh.
So I'll say Branded Edge and Dane were the only ones who were actually told what to
Yeah.
say, but we can imagine in the time spent at Shale's retreat that could have been communicated to you. Brandy, do you remember? Also, do you know you're muted?
I'm still muted. Sorry. What did I miss?
Do you remember what Theodore told you to say as the sort of password at Barskin's Depot?
Oh, right. I had that written down. Depot. Let me consult my memory, which is my notes that I wrote down, because I don't fucking remember.
Check your hard drive.
Parkside Depot, north of the city, mountainside. Oh, make a circle on a line with his hands.
Well, that's something that he did do. To sort of like give you the heads up. But he told you to say something when you got there.
Oh no!
I'll say whatever you come up with is what you will have told Tobovar.
Okay. Thank you. Oh God, I remember saying it to him like last episode, but did I write down password?
There was
No.
I'll give you a hint. There was something about a delivery.
Did write that. I wrote down the circle and hands. Okay, Depot. Fuck me. General store, you tell the proprietor you're looking to make a delivery. Got the freshly mined shale. Yes.
There you go. That's it.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah.
So, sorry.
Okay.
Is that what the password was?
Yeah.
Oh, fuck me. Okay.
Mhm.
Sorry, Tobovar.
That's what he said the password
That's what he
was.
said the password was. That's what he told you.
Okay, yes.
That's what he told you to say.
Looking to make a delivery, you got the freshly mined shale. Mined shale. Mined shale.
There we go.
After we had just basically embarrassed him.
Yes.
Yeah, well,
Yes. So that is the information that that Branded Edge transferred to you
Passed
from
on.
Theodore. Yeah.
And then I made the hand signals with a terrible accent. I do
Yes.
remember that.
Yeah.
Your accent is terrible.
It's awful. It's just the worst.
Like a little.
Actually, be more like, your accent is terrible.
Your accent is terrible. Great. You arrive at a rather unassuming building, but you do see etched into some of the stonework very subtly a circle with a line through it.
Okay.
Just on a sort of a one of the stone handrails, sort of like stone. I call it handrail, like a fence. Well, appropriately. On this this rather unassuming stone building. That does appear to have the facade of a dry goods store, supply store, hardware store, something along the lines. Sort of a general goods, sundry sort of place.
Yeah.
So like clearly very much a bodega, you know.
Mhm.
You know, if it is indeed a secret marketplace, or the entrance there too.
Okay, I had to Google bodega because I don't know what that
Oh
is. That makes a little more sense. So yeah, I will go in and just kind of browse for a little bit, kind of mind the shelves and see what's there. To wait until I catch somebody's attention.
Okay. You doesn't take terribly long. That you see someone. You see a rather tall dwarf, actually. Someone who seems like there might be some human in the bloodline. Maybe half human, half dwarf. A little bit of that.
Okay. Just don't call him a horf.
Just leaning over the counter. Can I get you something today?
Ah, yes, I have them freshly mined shale. I'd like to make a delivery.
Really?
Yes.
He leans forward a little bit. And he has his arm crossed, and he sort of drops his arms and leans a little bit. Your passive perception, he seems to reach under the counter and just do a subtle gesture as if he just interacted with something.
Bumblebee too.
Theodore sent you?
Yes.
Let's see. With that perception, you may have also heard an audible click at the front door. Barely audible. Not close enough to the wall. She just reaches behind him. Oh, you must have done him dirty. You know, looking about you, you don't seem the type to be so green. But seems like you came to the wrong place. And he'll take out a crossbow, put it down. So, here's the deal. And a door behind some of the shelves behind him, behind the counter. A door slides open, shelf. Just dirty, scab-knuckled hands comes out, grabs the shelf. You gotta find a new place for this. Oh, who's the rube? Right. We'll get into that. What's your name?
Those two gotten me into. Raven Blackboot.
Well, Raven. Seems you tried to pull a fast one on one of our associates. And there's a tax for that. And you see the person who emerged is another dwarf, very stocky, even by dwarven standards. Broad, just shoulder, too much shoulder. Like, he got in line twice when they were giving out shoulders. And he's just sitting there, like, he's huge. And he's got the Scott Steiner. He looks almost exactly like Scott Steiner. That's the kind of fucker we're dealing with. Like we're looking at.
His math is good
We're
though.
looking at Big Papa. We don't know that yet. He hasn't. He does. I'll level with you. He doesn't look the type to be great on math. So he
hasn't
might
popped
give you the
yet.
same. He might cut the same promo. But he's got the Big Papa Pump biceps, but he's still doing the fucking thing where
Still doing the flex.
so there's like basketballs like that he's pushing out, and it's absurd. It's too
Is
much.
he doing the?
Maybe walk it back.
Is he accidentally doing the Marisha thing where he also pushes them together and gets cleavage?
Oh yeah. Like he's doing that, and like the cleavage is there because he's just wearing sort of a tunic, and he does have like little chainmail coming out from beneath here, but you do see the tunic, and chainmail goes beneath the tunic, and he's got the huge fucking pec cleavage. He's got like the Ren and Stimpy, right? Like the Ren and Stimpy oaf cleavage, yeah. And he's just looking there. As intimidating as he can be, you recognize this sort of posturing. Like you got the muscle, you got the mouth. So we're gonna go ahead and do a little audit. All right. Go ahead and empty your pockets on the counter for me, if you would. Maybe I'll keep this nice and professional.
It just produces the contents of their pockets.
Open here.
Now, I'll give you a little breadcrumb, I guess. That you can tell by the way that they are speaking and posturing, and in fact, as he was speaking before the password was given, there was in his line of inquiry there was sort of a mannerism that those who speak and thieves can't. That he had. He wasn't exhibiting any particular code, but he looked to be prepared to make some sort of gesture if the right thing would have been said. So he seems to be these folks do seem to perhaps be fluent, or at least conversational.
I will.
Also, given their
I'll
profession.
just, in common, I'll say, I think you've got the wrong idea, and then I'll make the gesture for fence, which is
Okay. Okay, make a persuasion check. And there are more complicated phrases that you can communicate with thieves can't as well, if you have things that you want to say.
17.
17. Okay, cool. Say, why didn't you just say so? Look, if you speak the language, you don't need a dictionary. Look,
It's been a long morning. I know it's early, but
I imagine Theodore just got butthurt again. He runs his mouth too much.
it seems my friends actually might have done him a little dirty,
I
playing some
imagine,
horseshoes.
Yeah, he'll send the rubes to us, and we do him justice. But don't worry
It's part
about
of
it.
the business, I know.
Don't worry about it, Bruiser. We've got this.
I need what I actually need
Back
is
to my stories.
maybe an exit out of the city, a little
Now there, I might be able to help you.
quieter, if you catch my drift.
Looking for smuggling. Little
Someone that
under
could-
the radar, under the under the covers, transportation. You looking at?
That would be quite nice.
Where you trying to go? How many?
I have 4 friends I know of in the city, possibly 6. including myself, of course.
That's a big difference in price.
So, two of them we cannot find, and for need of please no more explanations, one of them is a teapot.
So 5.
Yes, call it 5.
4 or 5. All right. Well, it's less of a discrepancy, but still, better to know for sure. When?
Sooner, the sooner the better. But I imagine the end of the day might be ideal. Maybe tomorrow morning, but we would need a safe place to be for the time being.
Safe place. We can handle. That could be here. For a limited time. If we are to have a transaction where we smuggle you out of the city, then we'll put you up here for a good show of complimentary good faith. If we are to do business and get you out of here, that'll be a rush order. Get your friends, as many of them as there are. Get them here. We could do tonight. We'll say 10 bells tonight.
What do you need from us?
Pack as concisely as possible, and we'll get you out of here for 500 a head.
I can probably arrange that.
Perfect. Well, we will have you out the front gates. Easy as pie. We have our ways, we have our connections. You will be part of a cargo parcel.
Wonderful.
Indeed, ironically enough, freshly mined shale.
Sure.
You will be a delivery towards, well, that's the extrication fee. Transportation will either be up to you, or we can get you to your destination. For,
We're out of the city, that is no problem.
well then, 500 it is. It will get you a few miles out from Mirabar, take you along the river. We'll say we'll send you south. Which direction do you want to go?
If it were me, I would say west.
We'll get you a few miles west. Just enough outside the city to unload. 500 per head. So assemble your friends, assemble your cargo, and we'll get you out of here. The money
They
will...
also have the gold, so I will assemble them and the money.
We'll be here when you need us.
Provided I haven't been caught by then, we will.
That would be very
will see you
amateur,
back.
and we can't be having that. It's bad for business. So,
I've been in this business too long to be caught now.
be here then by 9 bells. And we'll have you out of here.
We
by,
will do.
We'll have you out of here by 10. He manipulates the object beneath the counter. You hear the front door click again.
I will walk out and head as inconspicuously as I can to the worst possible place to be.
Fucking fantastic. Great. You head towards the Hall of Sparkling Stones, very quietly, and as clandestine as you can. That feels like a great place to call it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
As Branded Edge waits at the park outside the Hall of Sparkling Stones, Tobovar sneaks his way towards the Hall of Sparkling Stones with an active warrant and search for his person taking place.
But an escape plan.
But an escape plan. Morgden and Shadani are coming up from the archives within the Hall of the Sparkling Stones. They are all sort of converging amongst the same place at this time, and Dane and Mew are fucking wherever.
They're somewhere.
They are somewhere. They're frolicking in the daisy meadows, just me and you and me.
They're like,
No matter how they spill the tea, it's got to be.
You know, they probably started a cult, and we're gonna have to get rid of the cultists. Let's just prepare for that. And
Have we checked the public bathrooms?
It's called, oh my goodness.
where else do you start cults?
I just picture again while Brandy's waiting, she's like checking under all the chess pieces and stuff.
Dane?
Ding? Oh no, he'd be under the rooks.
Little sad,
Nope. Nope.
little sad tremor in her voice, just Dane. Oh, poor Brandy.
Dane. Whoopee.
Rip the Magmans. They died as they lived.
Yes,
They would have wanted it no other way.
It's true.
They probably did fire damage too.
Oh,
so.
yes, they.
Oh, yeah, they
did.
absolutely.
Plenty.
They died as they lived, burning people.
Burning. Yeah, burning people.
But the good thing is the bartender can, assuming it's their place, can replace the cheap shit that got burned.
They weren't in the
Outside?
bar. They were outside.
Yeah.
They were in the street.
It burned. It blew up in the guard's face.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
I forgot that it was just outside. I thought it was like in a barn attached to the inn.
it was nearby.
But
The
it's just in
stables,
the
it's,
street. Fuck it.
it's an addition, right? Like it's
Listen,
little renovation to add the stables. Fucking,
whoa.
what are we doing? It's a oh yes.
It's no big deal to leave a little bit of scorching in the city. All
We
right.
don't worry about that, okay? All right. Who
Yeah,
among
yeah,
us? Okay. Who among us can
Who
say?
among us hasn't
All right.
exploded in the streets once or twice?
on.
Am I right?
Let he who was without spontaneous combustion, woe is me,
After a bar crawl.
cast the first stone.
that would-
Pardon me while while I burn.
I had totally forgotten.
flames.
That's on my karaoke playlist.
Now I feel like
Speaking
I
of
was
karaoke,
way too talky because I had totally forgotten that Tobavar actually wasn't in their custody. So I lied.
yes, you did forget that, but that was the information that was delivered to Roldenthar, so he was operating on that assumption.
Yeah.
So- Better news, right? Better news. He doesn't know it yet, but he's operating under the sort of the worst case scenario right now.
Oh my god.
Oops, I'm in the wrong chat. I was about to type /raid in Mr. Scoot's chat.
Oh my god, I almost did that the other day too.
So
You
yes,
know what sucks?
let's send this love over towards Mr. Scoot, who's playing A Link Between Worlds. He just started. He just the intro's over, so he's 15 minutes in. He's gonna do he doesn't quite have the just chatting up for an actual hour that Andy does, like I think he clocks it to be an hour on purpose.
Mhm.
That's a lot. That's a lot of just chatting. Even TKK doesn't go that long. So, yes, let's send this raid over to Mr. Scoot, because Link Between Worlds is a fucking lovely little game, and it's got Ravio, who's just adorable, and Hilda's super hot.
Who's
Hey,
the one
Mr.
that he
Scoot.
said looked like you?
The
Hey.
thief girl? Yeah, thief girl's
Yeah,
me.
thief girl.
I'm the thief girl. Hi, I'm thief girl. Tag yourself. I'm thief girl.
Hey.
Hey. Yeah. Ara. Ara. Lingudas.
Thanks for
So-
hanging out.
Thief
here.
girl.
Yes, thank you so much for hanging out. We will see what the fuck happens next session. Okay, so we had with 4 party members, we had a 3-way split of the party to deal with.
I'm sure it'll be fine.
Next session, we've got Dane and Mew off somewhere. So mercifully, you seem to be congregating right now, so maybe it'll only be a
The best
2-way
part-
split. But I personally really like splitting the party. It's nice to sort of switch gears and keep the ball
What's gonna
rolling.
be
Keep
fun
things
is
kind of
they have
fascinating.
no idea. They're
They
gonna
have no
just
idea
show
what
back
the
up to
fuck
the
is
bar
going
or
on in
whatever.
here, and you don't know.
So betrayed.
I have so much good shit to work with right now. All right, so
betrayed.
thank you so much, everyone. Come back next Saturday for some Storm Riders D&D at 4 p.m. Eastern here on this very channel, and next Sunday for more level heads, and we'll continue this fuckery. So we'll see you all next time. Until then, stay easy.
Hell yeah.